First World Rowing Masters Regatta, welcoming more than 3,700 athletes from 747 clubs around the world to this wonderful lake, this historic lake, the host of the 1992 Olympic Games, and what a regatta we are going to be having between now and Sunday.
Molt bon dia, benvinguts en aquest estany de Banyoles. Avui comencem la World Rowing Masters Regatta, aquest campionat mundial de veterans del rem, en el que tindrem més de 3.700 atletes esportistes que representen a 747 clubs, amb un total de 5.395 vots que ens permetran disfrutar d'aquest estany amb aquest bonic esport.
We are so excited to welcome the world to this wonderful city of Banyoles for 5 phenomenal days of racing that will be coming up. And the first of our races will be in just a few minutes' time. All of our races over 1,000 metres here at the World Rowing Masters Championships taking place every 3 minutes from now at midday here in Banyoles right the way through to the end of racing on Sunday. There is so much to look forward to. Over 3,700 athletes from across the world, more than 5,300 boats, and we are delighted to welcome Olympians, world champions, to those who have found the sport just last year or in recent months. Hello and welcome to you all. You are so welcome and we're delighted to have you. We're also delighted to welcome back all of those who enjoyed racing in Brandenburg last year, and a particular welcome to our largest entry, which comes from Sport Club Corinthians Paulista from Brazil, 149 entries, and of course the winners of the overall club trophy last year in Brandenburg. A special shout out as well to Aberdeen Boat Club making the trip from Scotland. They are our second largest contingent, 101 entries, and they make up 670 entries from the United Kingdom, our largest country. And of course, hello and welcome to all 400 entries from across Catalan and from across Spain. You are our second largest country, and we cannot wait to see the show that the Catalonians and the Spanish are going to put on for us over the next few days. As you said, racing is over 1,000 metres, and the first of our races will be coming up in less than 2 minutes' time. We are starting with our men's E Coxed Fours, and then we will be switching over to the women's F Coxless Fours before some racing in double sculls in the men's H category. There is so much to look forward to, and the first of those races is coming up in just 90 seconds. They're onto the start boats and getting ready to go in just a few minutes for our first race here at the 51st edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here in Lake Banyoles.
Thank you very much, Fergus Mainland, for your speech here in the microphone. You can hear these messages from the speakers here in the final lane in the Lake of Banyoles and in the club of Banyoles, Club Natació Banyoles, and even in our YouTube channel. In streaming all the time during these 5 days. Gràcies, Fergus Mainland, per estar aquí fent de speaker amb nosaltres, amb el nostre equip habitual d'aquí de Banyoles. És una regata importantíssima. Recordem que aquí hi ha, com us comentàvem, 747 clubs. El país que més vots ens aporta és el Regne Unit i el segon és Espanya amb Catalunya. I també tenim el cas de l'Esport Club Corinthians Paulista de Brasil, que va ser el guanyador del trofeu del 2024 en el campionat de Brandenburg que va tenir lloc l'any passat. Estem ja pendents de que comencin les regates en molt pocs segons.
Well, as we said, the first of our races here at the 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta is at the start, and that is race 1001. That is our first race of the men's E Coxed Fours. And we are underway from the United States in lane 1. It is Chinook Corinthians from Brazil. We've just mentioned them, last year's winners of the overall club trophy in lane 2. Aberdeen as well, representing Scotland and the United Kingdom. Next to them, it's Bristol Ariel from Great Britain. Then we've got an Irish composite of Shandon, Muckross Rowing Club, Castle Connell and Fermi Rowing Club. It's the first of our Spanish crews. Hello to our Spanish crews, a Spanish composite crew next to them in lane 6. Another crew from the United States. And next to them, it's the Argentinian composite crew in lane 8. They're out of the blocks. And a reminder, this is the men's E Coxed Fours. Average age across these Coxed Fours is 55 years old. And we'll be bringing you all of this action as our 8 crews hurtle towards the finish line. 1,000 metre racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Every 3 minutes, every race is a final. There is so much jeopardy involved in each of these races. And from our position, you know, at the finish tower, you know, we'll say hello to everyone here at Lake Banyoles, and of course, hello to everyone who is tuning in on the live stream from around the world, wherever you are, from Australia, New Zealand, to the United States, to Argentina, and everywhere in between. We hope you're enjoying our sunny pictures, our beautiful Lake Banyoles covered in sunshine. And for those of you tuning in from the United States of America, you'll be delighted at the moment with the performance from Chinook in lane 1, one of the high performance clubs in the United States of America. Going with them, though, some of those crews in lane 7 and 8. We've got our eyes on the Spanish crew, we've got our eyes on the United States composite, as well as the crew from Parana and Regatas Rosario in Argentina.
I tenim ja aquesta primera màrega, aquesta que es correspon als 4 amb timoner, en què hi ha vots d'Estats Units, de Brasil, de Gran Bretanya, també de Gran Bretanya, d'Irlanda, un vot mixte d'Espanya, de vots bàsicament bascos, d'Euskadi, un vot d'Estats Units i un vot d'Argentina. Estan ja enfilant les boies vermelles que impliquen els últims 250 metres i aquí veiem com estan desenvolupant els últims metres. Recordem que cada màrega és una final en si mateixa i que, per tant, el vot guanyador serà el que s'endurà la medalla. Veiem com estan barallant-se en la primera posició. Creiem que va el vot del carrer número 6, el vot d'Espanya, aquest composat d'esportistes d'Euskadi. Estan sent perseguits pel vot d'Estats Units del carrer 7 i aquí aquesta batalla final estarà en els últims metres. Falten ja escassos 100 metres perquè aquesta baralla entre el vot d'Estats Units del carrer 7 i el vot d'Euskadi del carrer 6, veiem com està també destacant el vot del carrer d'Estats Units, el Chinook.
Well, up to the line, it's going to be an incredibly tight finish between lane 6 and lane 7, between the Spanish composite crew and from the United States, but it is that crew from the United States by about a quarter of a length from Willamette Rowing Club, Palm Beach, Rocky Mountain, ahead of the Spanish crew. Next across the line, it'll be the crew in lane 6, that's the Irish composite, the Shandown, Muckross, Castle Connell and Fermoy Rowing Club. 1, 2 and 3 with Chinook from the United States through in 4th place. Well, we knew the racing was going to be fast and frantic, but we didn't think in race 1 we were going to get a race that close. A phenomenal finish between the American composite, the Spanish composite, and from the Irish as well in the middle of the course. Aberdeen coming through across the line there, and that will wrap out race 1, the first of our races in men's E Coxed Fours. And our next 3 races will also be from the same category. Men's E Coxed Fours for race 2, 3 and 4.
Race 603, or all Charlie boats, please go into your lane. All Charlie boats into your lane. All Delta boats, come closer.
2 minutes.
So we know racing is coming every 3 minutes. Well, the second race is out of the blocks. And again, with the men's E Coxed Fours, Great Britain in lane 1, Medway Towns, Exeter, the Reds, Bristol and Dart Totnes. We've got an international composite crew in lane 2, Banyoles and the Deportivo Alemán de Concepción from Chile, Club Remo de Mino from Spain in 3, Cambridge Palm Beach Composite from the US in 4, Poole from Great Britain in 5, Belfast Rowing Club make the trip across from Ireland in 6. Next to them it is Willem Draai de Hoop from the Netherlands and Region Grand from France in lane 8. So much like the race before, it is close in these opening stages of this race. Our eyes are drawn to that crew, that French crew in lane 8, though, Region Grand. However, take a look off to the far side of the course, and we're also looking at the international composite crew, the Banyoles, the home crew racing here on Lake Banyoles, along with the Chilean crew, and of course Great Britain over there, sitting about 2/3 of a length down on the international composite crew over in lane 1. That's Medway Towns, Exeter, the Reds, Bristol, and Dart Totnes. They're through halfway in this second heat, this second final of men's E Coxed Fours. So as our second race comes into the closing stages, we head down to the medal podium for the first of our winners from today in the race 1, the men's E Coxed Fours from the United States of America, Willamette Rowing Club, Palm Beach, Rocky Mountain. Represented by Artur Samsonov, Andrew McTaggart, Michael Gasper, Roman Lesno, and Jan Bird. Up to the line though, and across in provisional first place, it is our composite crew from Banyoles and from Chile through in first place. They will beat out the British composite in second place. Just behind them though, in lane 8, it is the fast finishing French crew, and then it's incredibly close between lane 6 and 7. Belfast and Poole, and they'll be followed by the United States composite with the Spanish Club Remo de Mino closing out the second race of the day, the second final of men's E Coxed Fours.
En aquesta mànega, els que han guanyat ha estat el vot del composat internacional del Banyoles amb el Deportivo Alemán de Concepción de Chile, amb Gonzalo Zúñiga, Giorgio Vallebuona, Alejandro Villarroel, Marcelo Rojas i Timoner Pol Brunet, que han quedat en primera posició i, per tant, guanyen la medalla i han de passar a recollir-la aquí en el pantalà de la zona d'arribades.
Our third final of the day is approaching halfway, and of course we're sticking with the men's E Coxed Fours, our third race of the day. Lane 1, we've got another international composite crew from Austria and Germany. Next to them, it is the British composite crew of Nottingham Rowing Club and Nottingham and Union. Next to them, it is the Germans, Roder Club Bergedorf and Roder Club Hansa Hamburg, Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain in 4, Tartu from Estonia in 5, an international composite of Argentina and Brazil. Corinthians popping up again. It is San Geronimo from Spain in 7 and Rocky Mountain, the United States, in lane 8.
Ireland, South Africa.
We've got about 250 metres left to go in this third final of the men's E Coxed Fours, and our current race leaders are across in lane 1. It's the international composite crew, it's the Germans, it's the Austrians leading out, but going with them though, keep your eyes on Marlow Rowing Club in the bright red kit in the middle of the course, just correcting their steering ever so slightly at the moment. Going with them though in lanes 2 and 3, Nottingham and Union, and it's the Germans, and a shout out to Sebastian Frank, one of our commentators as well. He's in the middle of the boat in the 2 seat, but out in front coming up to the line, it is the international crew, it is the Austrians, it's the Germans. They're currently leading out Nottingham and Union, but we've got a fast finishing crew from Marlow Rowing Club. We talked about how bright their kit was. There they are, they're finishing fast, closing down their fellow countrymen in the middle of the course, but it will be the international crew from Austria, from Germany. And on the line, it will just be Marlow Rowing Club ahead of Nottingham and Union, who finish ahead of Ruder Club Bergedorf and Ruder Germania Hansa Hamburg. They'll be followed by the crew from Rocky Mountain from the United States of America. Next up is our fourth and final race of the men's E Coxed Fours. 7 crews in this one. We've got an Irish composite of Shandon, Belfast, Neptune. Lane 2 from South Africa, the first of our South African crews from Victoria Lake. Lane 3, another international composite from Argentina and Turkey. Next to them, Nottingham Rowing Club in 4. Cambridge from the United States go with Ardingly, another international composite in 5. Western Reserve, Avalon from the United States in lane 6. And finally, it will be another international composite from Corinthians in Brazil, and also a couple of German clubs, Nürtingen and Würzburg.
Recordem que amb la mànega anterior, la que acaba d'acabar-se, els que han quedat en primera posició i per tant han guanyat la medalla és el bot del carrer 1 internacional, que està composat per gent d'Àustria, d'Alemanya, d'Àustria i d'Àustria. Són Walter Wegel, Stefan B. Wald, Joseph Bertagnoli, Andreas Krall, Pamela Krochit. I ara està ja en marxa la mànega número 1004, que estan entrant ja en les últimes, en el tram de les boies vermelles, els últims 250 metres, i veiem com els que semblen destacats són els del carrer 2, corresponent a aquest equip de Victoria Lake, perseguit de prop pel bot d'Irlanda. Això està en un tu a tu amb aquests dos bots. Està guanyant el bot del carrer 2 de Sud-àfrica.
So receiving their medals for final 3 in the men's E Coxed Fours. It is our international composite crew representing Austria and representing Germany. We've got 4 clubs. Congratulations to Weiner Donau, Berlin, Kopernik, Freisenwein and Donaubound. So from the men's E Coxed Fours, we move to the women's F Coxless Fours. A reminder, this is an average age over the age of 60. And in this first race of the women's F Coxless Fours, we've got 3 of them, 6 crews. We've got an international crew from the United States and from Germany. Chinook, the All-Americans in lane 2. Czech Republic, Czechia in lane 3. Sarasota County Rowing Club from the United States in 4. Corinthians again in lane 5 from Brazil. With the Australians, the first of our Australian crews from Lake Macquarie in lane 6. Through 500 metres, halfway through this first race in the women's F Coxless Fours, it is those Australians in lane 6. Teresa Fearon, Nerida Barton, Magali Azema Barak and Susan Huggett. They're out leading this race, only just though, haven't quite got clear water ahead of the Brazilians from Corinthians going next to them in lane 5. So as the women's F Coxless Fours come into the final 300 metres, delighted to say that now receiving their medals in the fourth final of the men's E Coxed Fours, it is the international crew, our composite crew from Rio, Parana, Corrientes, Argentina, Turkish RM from Turkey, and Regattas Rosario from Argentina. Now into the final 50-60 metres though of this first final of the women's F Coxless Fours, and it's been an incredible sprint finish from our crew in lane 3 from Czechia. The composite crew, they've managed to row through and row down our Australians from Lake Macquarie. It will be that crew from Czechia who take the provisional first place in this first final of women's F Coxless Fours ahead of the Australians. Next across the line, it is lane 1. It is the international crew from Mile High, United States, Long Beach, USA, Rocky Mountain, USA, and Ruder Club Askerschaffenburg from Germany. They finish ahead of Chinook, Corinthians, and it is Sarasota County Rowing Club who will wrap up this first final of the women's F Coxless Fours. Confirmation there of the results from final 1 of the women's F Coxless Four. Tremendous win for Bohemian Praha and VK Slavia Praha. Very quickly though, we move on to our next final of the women's F Coxless Fours. Back with the Australians in lane 1, this time from Perth. We've got a Dutch composite next to them in lane 3. Chinook again in lane 4 next to them, a British crew, British composite, Express, Upper Thames, Strathclyde Park, the international composite of Auckland from New Zealand and Saugatuck from the United States, and the German composite crew next to them in lane 6 from Rudeverein, Empor, Energy Berlin and Grunau. Final stages of this race, and it is the crew in lane 4. It's that British composite crew, Express, Upper Thames, Strathclyde Park. Out in front leading, they've got clear water over the rest of the field. It's a fast finishing rest of the field though. Between lane 5, the international crew, Auckland, Saugatuck. Keep your eyes though on that crew from Chinook. But it looks like it will be that crew from Auckland, from Saugatuck. By about 2/3 of a length, 3/4 of a length or so ahead of Chinook in lane 3. They'll be followed by the Dutch composite from Daventria, Amstel de Hoop. Perth from Australia will cross in lane 1 and then rounding out. So pushing off from the medal pontoon, receiving their medals for the first final of the day of the women's F Coxless Fours. That was Bohemians Praha, VK Slavia Praha, all the way from Czech Republic, from Czechia. Confirmation there, they're just on screen, of that second final. And a fantastic win there for Express Upper Thames and for Strathclyde Park Rowing Club from the UK. Under this opportunity, we just get a little breather, a little opportunity just to catch our breaths back for our third final of the women's F Coxless Fours, which is underway now. At start list, we've got 5 crews racing this. An international composite from Calgary, Canada, Endeavour Rowing Alliance, United States of America, and Minneapolis Rowing Club from the USA. Chinook in next to them in 2. York City from Great Britain in 3. International composite crew from Lithuania and from Latvia, and Alkmaar from the Netherlands in lane 5. So we're into the opening minute of that third final of the women's F Coxless Four, but we turn our attention back to the medal pontoon, and I'm delighted to say that on that medal pontoon it is the winners of the second final of the women's F Coxless Fours. It is the British composite crew of Express, Upper Thames and Strathclyde Park.
Show me your medal, please. One minute, wipe my nose. Well, how do I tummy in? Yeah, oh, I forgot about that one. Okay. Okay, now row. I will take it to. Thank you, lady. I have you every time. I have you on my photos. Every time.
I ara la que està en marxa és la mànega 1007. Tenim en aquest cas el bot del carrer 1, és un bot internacional de Calgary, l'Endeavour Racing Alliance, Minneapolis Rowing Club. El carrer 2 un bot de Chinook, dels Estats Units. Pel carrer 3 un bot de York City, de Gran Bretanya. Pel carrer 4 un bot internacional, el Klaipeda Masters i el Riga. I pel carrer 5 un bot dels Països Baixos, l'Alkmaar. En aquest moment el que va en primera posició és el bot del carrer número 2, el dels Estats Units, el bot del club del Chinook. Veiem com ara hi ha un bot que està fent un moviment estrany, ha fet un canvi, una derivada en el seu propi carril. És el bot del carrer 4, el bot de l'Internacional. Sembla que deuen tenir algun problema amb el timó, però segueixen avançant, han rectificat la posició. En aquest moment estan avançant en línia recta, tot i que han envaït el carrer del costat, el carrer dels Països Baixos. Estan intentant recuperar la seva posició al seu carrer. Segueix en primera posició el bot del carrer 2 del Chinook dels Estats Units. Recordem que estem en la modalitat del 4 sense femení. En aquest moment està recuperant la posició el bot del York City. York City està recuperant la posició, en aquest moment ja està en segona posició, la primera la segueix defensant el carrer 2 del Chinook dels Estats Units. York City està en aquest moment avançant molt fort, falta ja molt pocs metres, falten 10 metres perquè quedi en primera posició el bot del Chinook dels Estats Units, entra en primera posició USA Chinook, Lane 2 Chinook, segona posició York City, second from Great Britain, tercera posició, third, the boat international from the lane 1. The fourth position is for the for the international, and fifth is the lane from the Netherlands. So the first position for Chinook from USA achieved the goal to get the medal.
Confirmation there of the results. First place in this women's F Coxless Fours final three for Chinook, ahead of the international composite crew from Klaipėda Masters, Lithuania, and from Riga, Latvia as well. We're finished with fours though for the next wee while, and we move on to doubles, men's H Double Sculls. We've got four of these finals, the first of which is into the final 500 metres. Let's give you the runners and riders then. Lane 1, it's Nottingham, Notts County from Great Britain. Banyoles, the home club, we give them a big shout out in lane 2. Norwich from Great Britain. Brussels, the Belgian crew. Next to them, it's the German composite. Canning Bridge Rowing Club from Australia. Cognac Aviron, France. And the Brazilian composite, Aldo Luz and Corinthians. And it's that crew in lane 7. It looks to be that French crew at the moment who are leading as we come into the final 50 metres. Going with them though, the crew in lane 4, it's the Brussels crew, the Belgians, but out in front, just a few strokes to go for this French crew. Cognac Aviron, a fantastic performance from them, sees them come up to the line. Clearwater ahead of the rest of the field, finishing fast though, that crew in lane 4. It is the Belgian crew. Next to them, it is the Germans from Eschwege and Viking Berlin through in third position. And then keep an eye on Norwich Rowing Club. Let's see what they can do in the final stages. It is so close between themselves and Banyoles, but it does look like Banyoles holds on just ahead of the Norwich crew. Three crews just coming up to the line, the first of which will be that crew in lane 6. Canning Bridge Rowing Club, all the way from Australia. They come through, finishing ahead of the Nottingham crew. Nottingham Rowing Club, Notts County from Great Britain. Stephen Cardwell and Peter Stasiuk. And then rounding out this first final will be the Brazilian composite crew of Aldo Luz and Corinthians. Corinthians Paulista, Brazil. The second of our finals of men's H Double Sculls is coming into the last 400 metres, 350 metres or so. We've got a French composite crew in lane 1, Great Britain, Worcester Rowing Club in 2. Next to them, it's Sweden. Hello to Sweden for the first time at this regatta. Their composite crew goes. Bisolati from Italy. Next to them, it's Belfast, City of Derry, Ireland. It's the Germans again, Energy Berlin composite. And then in lane 7, Tees Rowing Club from Great Britain and the international composite from Germany, Bergedorf and Rowing Club Port Marly from France. 50 metres left to go up to the line, and it's very close between what looks like lane 1 and lane 3. That's the French composite on the far side, but in the middle of the course. Lane 4, it is the Italians, it is Bisolati. It's been a tremendous row from them. They've got clear water, but we're keeping our eyes on lane 5. That is Belfast, City of Derry, who just finish ahead of the French in lane 1, the Germans in lane 6. And then it will be the composite crew, the Swedish composite in lane 3, with Tees Rowing Club through in 6th, ahead of the international composite crew from Germany and France in lane 8, with France rounding out this second heat of men's H Double Sculls. Confirmation then of that final 2. Bisolati finishing ahead of the Irish composite crew in the second race of men's H Double Sculls.
Thank you very much, Fergus. It's very stressed to speak in these races. Every 3 minutes, there's a new race. Just remember the medal, and the last one was for the boat from Italy, from the club Bisolati, Eros Cantone, Claudio Fasoli, Auguri. And now we are waiting for the race 10-10, 2010. The boats are international, Canadian, Great Britain, Brazil, Great Britain as well, Thailand, USA, and Argentina. We still are in the double school.
Great Britain, international, France.
I veiem en aquest cas aquesta mànega, la mànega 1010, corresponent al doble school masculí, com està avançant en primera posició el bot del carrer número 8, el Mendoza de Regates, mentre veiem com també és en aquest cas el bot del carrer 4, que correspon al Club de Remo de Brasília. És entre aquests dos bots els que està a la primera posició. Jo diria que és més el bot del Mendoza de Regates d'Argentina que està anant en primera posició. Aquests dos països veïns de l'hemisferi sud, de l'Amèrica del Sud, està avançant el Mendoza Regates, Guillermo Pedernera i el carrer número 7, el Palm Beach, Philip Johnson i Michael Fontaine, que acaben d'arribar en primera posició a aquests darrers, i és el carrer número 4 del Brasil Club de Remo de Brasília, Robert Schneider i Clovis Scherer, qui arriben en segona posició. Els altres bots una miqueta més lents acaben tancant aquesta mànega, tenint en compte que la medalla és pel que ha arribat en primera posició, que és el carrer número 7, el USA Palm Beach Minneapolis Rowing Club.
Just as we catch our breath before the next race in the men's H Double Sculls, we can say congratulations, pushing off from the medal pontoon to the Italians. It is Bisolati, the winners of men's H Double Sculls final to Eros Cantone and Claudio Fasoli. Congratulations to both of them. Now they're just rounding out their race in the men's H Double Sculls final through. It is our crew from Thailand Master, the final crew across in race 10-10. Now we've got one more final in the men's H Double Sculls, race 10-11. And there are 3 crews. We've got a full 8 crews racing in race 10-10. And here they are in lane one. It is Buell from the United Kingdom. We've got an international composite. It's the Brazilians and Argentina coming together for this one. Next to them, it is Avignon from France, Argentina's composite crew in lane 4. Brazil, Corinthians once again in lane 5. Tees Rowing Club from Great Britain in lane 6. It's the first time we've got a crew from Denmark in lane 7. They're a composite crew. And the Australians, again, a composite Australian crew in lane 8. About 150 metres left to go then in this fourth and final race of men's H Double Sculls. And our current race leaders, it's across in lane ones. It is the composite crew, it is Buell Bridge, it's Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club out in front leading this race. But you go from one side of the lake to the other because it is the Australians, Glebe, Manning River from Australia in second place. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch the British crew. Buell, Maidstone Invicta up to the line. Provisional winners in this fourth final of men's H Double Sculls. They'll be followed by the Australians. And then next up will be lane 6. It is another British crew. It is Tees Rowing Club. And then what a blanket finish we're going to have for positions 4, 5 and 6. Lane 7 looked to be the fastest finishing of them. It's the Danish crew from Lineby and Lemvig just finishing ahead of the crew in lane 4. That's the Argentinians from Rowing Club Argentino, Rudeverein Teutonia. And across in lane 2, that was Aldo Luz from Brazil and Buenos Aires, Argentina. And they'll be followed by Avignon from France in lane 3. Rounding out that heat of the men's H Double Sculls final 4, I should say, that was Corinthians, Sport Club Corinthians Paulista, Brazil. We said racing was thick and fast. It's every 3 minutes here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. There are so many crews, so many boats that will be racing between now and the end of racing on Sunday. And the next of our races, again, it's the men's H Double Sculls is on the course at the moment. We can bring you that crew list now. It is Avignon, the French crew in lane 1, Hawthorn from Australia in 2. Next to them, Tees Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5. Irish Composite Lagan Scullers, Belfast Rowing Club in 4. Nottingham Rowing Club, the Brits in 5. We've got an international composite crew from Ireland and from the United States, Athlone and Saugatuck, with Argentina Tigra Boat Club in 7 and Corinthians once again in lane 8. Up to the line then, it's fast finishing, it's Tees Rowing Club in the Brits. It's that crew from lane 3 out in front. They're being chased hard by the crew in lane 6, that composite crew from Saugatuck and from Athlone, but it is the British crew, it is Tees Rowing Club across the line, finishing fast ahead of the composite crew from Ireland and the United States. On the far side of the course, across in lane 1, it is Avignon who will cross in 3rd place. And then once again, it is Corinthians. We're saying their names so often, so wonderful to have so many entries from Brazil. They will be through in 4th place. And next up, it will be that crew in lane 5. The Brits, it's Nottingham Rowing Club ahead of Australia's crew. They'll be followed by Tigra Boat Club from Argentina, just a length or 2 up on the Irish composite from Lagan Scullers and Belfast Rowing Club.
And now receiving the medal from the race 10-11. The boat from the Aldo Luz, Brazil and Buenos Aires, Argentina. That boat international, Andrés Fernández y Carlos de Melo. And that modality, men's double scull. Well done, guys.
So our winners there on the medal pontoon. For those of you watching on the big screen here in Banyoles or tuning in from around the world, we hope you're enjoying our pictures here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. You can see in the distance that our next race is on the course. Final 6 of the men's H Double Sculls, race 10-13. Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain in 1, Chinook in 2 for the Americans, Armadale from Australia in 3, Dark Totnes, Greenbank, Falmouth, the composite crew in lane 4, Mendoza de Regatas from Argentina in 5. We've got a composite crew, an international composite crew from Leander from Canada, Lady Victoria Boat Club from Ireland as well. Nagoya, the first of our Japanese crews here next to them in 7, and a composite crew from Poplar, Great Britain, and Mosman from Australia in lane 8.
And now picking the medals from the last race, the 10-12. And that double scull men's is for the boat from the Club Tees, Great Britain, Paul Rutter, Robert Benbridge. I veiem com està arribant ja aquesta darrera mànega, la 1013, el doble scull masculí. Són els bots del carrer. Està avançant el bot del carrer 8, aquest internacional de Gran Bretanya i Austràlia. Entren en primera posició, Mark Williams i Robert Milligan. Han entrat en segona posició el bot del carrer 4 de Gran Bretanya, dels clubs Dark Totnes i Greenbank Falmouth. La tercera posició està pel bot d'Armadale d'Austràlia. Ara ens entra el bot del carrer 1 del Marlow de Gran Bretanya. I ja una miqueta més enrere ens queden la resta de bots.
So our final crew in this race, race 10-13, final 6 of the men's H Double Sculls. It will be our crew from Japan, Nagoya Rowing Club, just coming up to the finish line. And racing again continues to come. Our next race, again, it's another final of the men's H Double Sculls. Final 7. We will have 11 of these men's H Double Sculls races, and the next of these ones, as we said, race 7. It's coming into the final 300 meters. Let's introduce you to some of those crews then. We've got Norway, Baurum Row Club in lane 1, Marlow Rowing Club. Again, we're seeing that name so often. One of the big entries across from the UK. Ukraine, it is Dnipro from Ukraine. Next to them, Duluth from the United States of America. We've got the French in lane 5. Avion du Saint-Chamas, Australians, composite crew of Perth and Canningbridge Rowing Club. And then we've got an international composite of Quinton Boat Club from Great Britain and Mladost from Croatia. As those crews come into the final 150 metres or so, we can say congratulations once again to our international composite crew of Poplar from Great Britain, Poplar Rowing Club, and Mosman Boat Club from Australia for winning final 6 of the men's H Double Sculls. However, take a breath and we go again up to the line, 50 metres or so to go in race 7. It is the Croatians going neck and neck with their opposition across in lane number 3. But it is a tremendous row from the Croatians in lane 7. That is a great row. So our final crew in this final 7 of the men's H Double Sculls. I've got about 30-40 metres left to go. That is Cercle de l'Aviron du Saint-Chamas. They'll come through in lane 5. We can just remind you of the rest of the results. It was first place, a win for the international composite crew. Mad Lost from Croatia and Quinton Boat Club from Great Britain. They finished ahead of the Ukrainians, Dnipro from Ukraine, with the Americans Duluth, Gregory Peterson and Thomas Rauschenfels from the United States through in 3rd place. Just finishing ahead of the crew from Australia, Perth Rowing Club, Canning Bridge Rowing Club. So just before we introduce you to final 8 of the men's H Double Sculls, we can take you back down to the medal pontoon for our winners of that race 7. That international composite crew of Quinton Boat Club and HAVK Mad Lost from Croatia. That is Darko Miksik and Slavo Radosevic. We head back up the course though, because the next race is underway. Race 8, men's H Double Sculls, Upper Thames Rowing Club in lane 1 from Great Britain. Viking Berlin and Minneapolis Rowing Club in 2. Kulka from Hungary in lane 3. Italy have got a composite crew. They've got Irno and Lazio in lane 4. Norway, Norsk in lane 5. Duluth once again racing in lane 6. And Japan are represented by Sita Rowing Club in lane 7. So we've had plenty of crews from Great Britain, plenty of crews from the United States, a couple from Japan as well. But in this race, race 10-15, we can say hello and welcome to Banyoles, to the first of our crews from Hungary. Kulka in lane 3. And right in the thick of the action. We're into the middle section of this race, about 500 metres or so left to go. And it does look to be the crew next to that Hungarian crew, that Italian crew, the composite from Irno and Lazio. Renato Grimaldi and Antonio De Palma. Provisionally leading at this point in the race until we get the accurate camera angle. But going with them though, we've some fast crews, as we've said, that Hungarian crew, Kulka in lane 3, and we're keeping our eyes on the crew from Norsk, the Norwegians, in lane 5 as well. We've had lots of races. We hope you're able to keep up with all of it. This is race 10-15, final 8 of the men's H Double Sculls. We've got 3 more races to go in the men's H Double Sculls.
Merci. Thank you very much. Yes, yes. You are the best.
I en els últims metres veiem com en aquesta mànega, la 1015, en aquest doble escull masculí, està avançant en primera posició el bot del carrer 3, corresponent al club del Kulker EK d'Hongria, amb Andreas Fer i Miklos Zabados. La segona posició està sent perseguida de prop pel bot del Upper Thames del Gran Bretanya i també de prop pel bot italià del Irno i el Lazio. Sí que està claríssima aquesta primera posició, en aquest cas pel bot del Kulker d'Hongria. Entren en primera posició, la medalla és pel Kulker d'Hongria. La segona posició finalment és per l'Upperthams de la Gran Bretanya i la tercera per l'italià, el vot italià d'aquest mixte d'Irno i Lazio. La quarta posició és per aquesta composició internacional alemanya i americana del Viking Berlin i del Minneapolis Rowing Club. Ens entra ara el vot del carrer 6 dels Estats Units, el Dallas. Més enrere ens estan quedant dos vots, en aquest cas està avançant en els últims 30 metres d'aquest camp de regates el vot del carrer 5 corresponent a Noruega del Norske. Hi ha uns 200 metres encara per arribar al final del camp de regates, el vot de Japó, el Zeta Rowing, que ens tancarà aquesta mànega, la 1015, en la que han quedat vencedors els hongaresos Andreas Fehr i Miklos Zabados.
So as our final crew in Final 8 comes across the line, that is Sita Rowing from Japan. Congratulations to them. We hope you're enjoying your time here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We can take you back up the course for race 10-16, Final 9, Men's H Double Sculls. We've just seen Sita cross the line. We get to say their name again because they go in lane 1. Next to them it is the Dutch crew, Pampus. Next to them it is the Norwegians, Alessons Row Club from Norway, Canadian composite crew, Maple Bay and Vancouver Rowing Club in 4. United States of America next to them in 5 with Detroit Boat Club crew, Quinton Boat Club, we've mentioned them a couple of times already, go in lane 6. And the international composite crew of Club Nautico Campello from Spain and Regatas Rosario from Argentina. Well, this could be one of the best races of the day as we come up to the finish line. It does look like it's the crew in lane 5 and lane 3. That is Detroit Boat Club all the way from the United States. They're being pushed incredibly hard by the Norwegian crew, but it will be the Americans. It will be Detroit who hang on by half a length over the Norwegians, who themselves just beat out the Canadian crew of Maple Bay Vancouver Rowing Club into 3rd place. And on the far side is fast finishing from Sita Rowing in Japan, ahead of Pampus from the Netherlands, with Quinton Boat Club from Great Britain through in 6th place. And then up to the line, it will be our international crew with a few strokes to go. It will be Club Nautico Campello from Spain and Regatta from Argentina.
practicing the step no,
There of 10, 17 was with the maximum discipline head of from Denmark out place. We head on to the fast anything of not one Mitsubishi from Japan to international composite crew from hard 6 billion composite and more in the 7 from Chris all the way up. What I get in the pool this afternoon, what I at 6, the middle is a push and it's by half a length. And I get another quick fit for 4th. It will be 7 Australians. Quarry, the composite group from Montreal and from Ardenheim, Britain. The line to August of America. Latin final of the H Double Sculls. We've come to go and that will be Japanese competitors from 3 strokes that go in the final of H Double Sculls. So it is yeah, congratulations to Masters of Double Sculls. Will we take before 10-19, that is a first of this start. If you are enjoying our coverage on the stream, this is from the Netherlands, the Canadian lean to our in that lane. For China, if the market and it is from the of race from Spanish Alicia Pero Duaro, chief of John of the depth. Receiving the medals. Our winners of our final and double final 11 for Christian Wrestling North.
There's something very important for the group. It's important that after the tour is with the are very clear lanes, any
Finals we'll be enjoying the Single Sculls. The first and the second is on four. On time at 1 or hour racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. So far, every stroke of action so far. Those finals go into the closing stages in one. From Hong Kong in 2 hours. Viking 18 from Germany 4. Denmark in lane 5. In lane 6. And in lane 7. Rock 1920 in lane 8. The final race is in and Bishop from Hong Kong finished first in the second race of the Single Sculls. 5 million. That is Elizabeth from Glen. And it is next four in lane 5. The Skull, yes, the Danish Skull, and then Shadow ahead of mentioned Lauren back means he's across the line. Speakers are trying to do this, but we think by closing you understand academic irlandês
and sort of and both upper stems
Our average, which is of in final two, of course, final tremendous performance from Mika was the head of Ireland, and it was during the third Ireland long of through a tremendous women's single skull away, fully loaded color, Clark, straight, Anna, Kurtowska, Poland, vet, from here, great represented by Peter Rowing Pairs from Canada, also from the Netherlands, from Stein in 11, and from Arena lane 8, went 250 meters. So go and moment we've developed in Skull in 8, Skull from and Nautilus. It's you just read so high Skull from Nautilus. Hold on as we to the as well on 5 on 3 lane. That is our Ram by behind from the great road like this way. Lane 1 from Louise from in Australia. 6 place. Chantel rolling out the single sculls. The confirmation for tremendous from Northwest win. Still on I got our from academic Frederick Fox. Winner of 3 Sculls. Bruno, Germany, Lake, Africa, and skull in from back. Again, in 150, so 5 women's 8 single sculls. Go Australia, but next in it is from Germany. He's got to click off for the rest of from the Australia. I don't think it'll be on the far side, of course. One team off from Austria. Got and we'll have a camera of left on the court in this and from Rochelle come across from the edition of the Masters Regatta. 3007 is here presenting 47 around and again the contingents across North America from Canada, the States, Mexico, across from Canada. So that will be the end final of women's single sculls and around one race women's single sculls. So then 1024 screen from Germany, from Australia, again from Canada, in 5, in Brazil in 6, Aviron Energy, France, and Leven, and the Netherlands. Across the state, from the first 6 and 8, Corinthian take 4, they'll be followed by media capital and final race. That is
yang pengakuan new fixing klub the berikan alamat tiket
results from one of the Coxless Pairs really important from Naughty City to the first place and quickly move on to the second final. There. The second of Coxless Pairs from Spain. It's opposite club from Great Britain, from France, club University of Limerick and Scotland. It's our second place at the moment. That is held by Lane French from incredibly strong sprint. Continue to away from the field. Away third place enough hold off on links University of Limerick. They finished on the British London from Regal Club to the court and Handbook Edinburgh. Italy. It's an pick them. Put them.
Couple of things. 76. Superior and comfort. Like your Spain. The as well as mixing cats hardest. That's just around Spain. The sport.
I en el carrer 4 de l'avió definitivament, primera posició pel carrer 4. Segona posició pel REM Barcelona pel Club Català. Carrer 6 i carrer 3. Carrer 1. Sí, però estic esperant el d'esto per dir... Tens el paper? Aquesta mànega ha entrat en primera posició el França de l'Aviron Engine Remerus Toulouse. En segona posició el REM Barcelona del Club Local Català. En tercera posició el carrer 6 del Tartu d'Estònia. I en quarta posició el Club Nàutic Amposta, també català. Tancant la màniga el Club Nàutic Amposta, català.
So just before we move on to our next final four, just confirmation there of the results from the third final of the men's C Coxless Pairs. Great row from the French Ramour, Toulouse, Aviron, Energie to finish in first place ahead of REM Barcelona from Spain and Tartu, Estonia with that third place position. Onwards though to final four. Germany go in lane 1 represented by Weibling, and Great Britain, Starport Boat Club. Netherlands next to them in 3. Brazil have got a crew in lane 4. Poland composite crew in lane 5, Ireland Tribesmen in lane 6, and Portugal Fluvial in lane 7. Again, like so much of this racing, is coming thick and fast. 150 metres left to go in this final four of the men's C Coxless Pairs. And it's the crew across in lane 1s. It's the Germans, Marcus Bowman, Christian Schwab, currently leading out in front, representing Weibling. Quick finishing though, it's the crew in lane 4. That's the Brazilians Bandeirand, and they'll finish ahead of RV Rijnland from the Netherlands, Peter Spencer, Cornelius Dellis and Johan Leaf. Next up will be our crew from Ireland. This is Patrick Boyle and Kevin Boyle, representing tribesmen all the way from Ireland. And they'll be followed by the Brits from Starport Boat Club. That is Peter Spencer and Timothy Haywood. We've got one crew coming up to the finish line. That is our 7th and final crew. Representing Portugal, it is Fluvial. Racing in this pair, in the men's C pair, it is Jose de Souza Alves and Miguel Oliveira.
Time for commercials. In this case, it's Swift Racing. Swift Racing produce the widest range of rowing boats and boathouse equipment. Racing shells, coastal boats, steering jigs, cadets and scout for children, boats for para-rowing, trailer singles, plus a wide range of boathouses, racking for boats and oars. Visit them at their stand to learn more. Swift Racing.
From pairs, we move to double sculls. This is the first final of the women's D double sculls. 8 boats fully loaded racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles. Great Britain go in lane 1. They're represented by Aberdeen Boat Club. They've got the largest contingent of boats making the trip across from the UK. Brazil, Club de Remo de Brasilia in lane 2. London Western from Canada in 3. Denmark go in lane 4. Rofarengen KVIK. We've got a Spanish crew of Rem Barcelona in lane 5. Australia, Leichhardt and Lake Macquarie in lane 6. We've got our international composite crew. They go in lane 7. That's Italy and Germany, with Marlow Rowing Club rounding out this field in lane 8. And now, if you're enjoying our live stream, you'll see it is the German crew, the winners of Final 4, collecting their medals for the men's C Coxless Pairs. Congratulations to Christian Schwab and Marcus Baumann.
I estem a la Magra 1029, en aquest cas es tracta del doble scull femení, està corrent en primera posició, a punt d'arribar a la línia de meta, el bot del London Western del Canadà, perseguit molt de prop pel carrer 6 d'Austràlia, Lake Macquarie, leg chart. Han arribat molt igualats, tot i que ens sembla que la primera posició està pel London Western de Canadà. En aquest moment ens entra el carrer 4 del Roffereringen de Dinamarca. A continuació ho ha fet el Marlow de Gran Bretanya. El vot internacional del carrer 7 del DIF-QC d'Itàlia i el de Siegburger d'Alemanya. Ens ha entrat a continuació i falten per arribar 2 vots. En aquest cas es tracta del vot d'Espanya, un mixt, no, és un vot del Club de Rem Barcelona, de la ciutat comtal, que ens entra ara en penúltima posició pel carrer 5, i l'Aberdeen de Gran Bretanya, que ens tanca aquesta mànega número 1029 del doble school femení. La primera posició, recordem, the first position in this case is the London Western from Canada. Andrea Mutzers i Caroline Jagger have to get the medal in the ponton. And the second position is for Australia, Lake Macquarie, Lake Hart, Julie McDonald and Daniela Burgert.
We're back up the course for race 10:30, final 2 of the women's D Double Sculls. Australia are back, UTS in lane 1. Spain, they've got a composite crew in lane 2. Club Rem Emporium, Club Nautique Betulo. Next to them, it is the Germans. It is Karlsruher Viking. Molesey Boat Club from Great Britain in lane 4 next to them. Fredensborg from Denmark in lane 5. The international composite crew from Germany and Belgium, RC Ham and Sport Ghent. Sterling Rowing Club from Great Britain in 7, and Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club from China in lane 8. We've got a very close finish then in this final 2 for the women's D Double Sculls. We've got our eyes on the crew in lane 1. That's UTS from Australia, but keep your eyes on the rest of the field. Lane 6, 5 and 4. That's our international crew, the Germans and the Belgians, the Danes and Great Britain. It does look like the Australians, Kirsty Edwards, Christine Phillips, they've got clear water over the rest of the field as we come up to the line. 50 metres to go, but second place still isn't decided. It's the crew from lane 5. That's the Danes. Fredensborg have just rowed through Molesey Boat Club in the final stages and potentially have just rowed through UTS to take first place. We'll have to wait and see the final result of that. That was incredibly close. UTS had it all but wrapped up, but an incredible sprint finish there from Fredensborg. Close racing from Molesey Boat Club, from the international crew, RC Ham and Sport Ghent. And then the rest of the field just catching up as well. It's our Spanish crew coming through the line. Club Rem Emporium, Club Nautique Betulo. We're just sat up here in the finish tower waiting for the results to be confirmed as to whether or not UTS were able to hold on, or whether or not it was Fredensborg from Denmark who were able to roll them through on the line. We're looking around, it's sort of 50-50. There's some nods for Denmark, some nods for Australia. We're not too sure. We'll wait for that confirmation. So we've just had the results come through, and it was a win for our Danish crew, for Fredensborg, who just pipped UTS from Australia by 0.11 seconds. One of our closest finals we've had all day so far. Congratulations to the Danes, to the Australians, and to everyone else who has been racing so far this morning. The standard of racing has been so high, we cannot wait to see what the rest of today, day 1, has, but also the rest of the week has here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We can only reflect and catch our breath for so long because we're back up the course, already 500 meters into our next race, our third final of the women's D Double Sculls. Lane 1, it is Corinthians, it's the Brazilians. Next to them, Clonmel from Ireland, Lymington from Great Britain in 3. It's the Finns, Finland, Smark in lane 4. A composite crew from Adelaide University and Cheltenham Rowing Club in Great Britain. Milton Keynes, another British crew in 6. Alkmaar from the Netherlands in 7, and Sarasota County Rowing Club in lane 8. Well, up to the line, we've got a fast finishing crew right in the centre of the course. That is the crew from lane 5. It's our international crew. It's Adelaide University. It's Cheltenham Boat Club. It looks to be up to the line. They're going to be chased all the way by Sarasota County Rowing Club, but it won't be enough. It does look like it is that international composite crew who will hold on. Bit of distance between some of these crews out on the course at the moment. It will be Milton Keynes Rowing Club, Helen Marshall and Jennifer Minge from Milton Keynes Rowing Club. They come through and take third place.
Are you okay? Tyra? No?
Oh, no. I'll get later. But thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you for all your work.
Fast finishing then in lane 7, it was Alkmaar from the Netherlands, just beating out the second of our crews from Great Britain, Lymington Amateur Rowing Club, Sue Morant and Kirsten Mellin. And just a couple of crews left to go in this race. It's the crew in lane 2 and lane 4. It is Clonmel Rowing Club's Fenella McCarthy and Roisin Phelan. And it's the crew from Finland, Emily Cohen and Lisp Finel, who will round out this final of the women's D Double Sculls.
I en marxa la Mànega 1032, el doble escul dones, al carrer ho veiem el club de Gran Bretanya, Molesey, pel carrer 2 el Nàutico de Sevilla, pel carrer 3 el Lake Macquarie d'Austràlia, pel carrer 4 l'ACDB de França, pel 5 el Marlow de Gran Bretanya, pel 6 el Rocky Mountain d'Estats Units, pel 7 el PTW Triton de Polònia, i pel carrer 8 el Fredericton de Canadà. I veiem com està avançant d'una forma espectacular el bot del carrer 1 del Molesey de Gran Bretanya, Michelle Strugis i Claire Shepard, sorry for the names. Mentre està avançant també d'una forma contundent pel carrer 7 el bot de Polònia, Aneta Oginska i Larissa Sepaniak. Estan avançant en claríssima segona posició. Falten ja pràcticament 20 metres, la diferència que els separa 10 metres del que acaba de guanyar en aquest moment, que és el bot del Molesey. Entra en segona posició el bot del PTY Triton de Polònia. La tercera posició, una miqueta més discutida, però en aquest moment ho fa el bot del carrer 4 de França de la CDB. La següent posició ha estat pel Nàutic de Sevilla del carrer 2. Entra a continuació el Lake Macquarie d'Austràlia. Ens ho fa a continuació el Marlow de Gran Bretanya. I tenim dos bots que encara falten per arribar. Es tracta del Rocky Mountain. No, perdó, quin número veiem aquí? Rocky Mountain de USA. Christine Franklin i Daniel Baggesmister. I ens tancarà aquesta mànega el Frederick Tron de Canadà amb Ashley Durdle i Janet Shields Thompson. que hem posat tota la il·lusió per poder acabar aquesta mànega, recordem la 1032, en aquesta World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025 a Banyoles, en aquest estany meravellós, amb un temps fantàstic en aquest moment. La temperatura en aquest moment és de 23,6 graus aquí a l'estany de Banyoles. El temps fantàstic, pràcticament no fa vent. Una petita brisa que ve de sud-oest i el dia sembla que s'aguantarà així de tranquil i de plàcid. Temperature is 23.6 Celsius degrees here in Banyoles. Weather is fine, no wind, it's perfect to row. And the next race is the 1033 Double School Women's. I pass the microphone to my colleague, Coral Coll.
Que ho he fet fatal. Veiem com es van acostant i ja passats els 500 metres podem veure com es destaquen clarament la primera i la sisena posició. Pel carrer 1, el Club Regates d'Alicante i pel carrer 6 de Gran Bretanya, l'Strathclyde Park. Veiem com es van acostant, però una final molt i molt ajustada. Finalment passen en primera posició el Gran Bretanya de l'Strathclyde Park, segona posició pel Club Regates d'Alicante. Es va acostant al carrer 5, que sembla ja definir la tercera posició de l'Austràlia de l'Esclart. Es va acostant a la línia de meta al carrer 3, un internacional de Brasil i Austràlia. Quarta posició pel carrer 6 del Sant Andrew, de Gran Bretanya. Cinquena posició pel carrer 4 de l'Itàlia del Bisolati.
So we're split screen on the live stream at the moment, and that's because we're able to head down to the medal pontoon and congratulate Molesey Boat Club for their win in the Women's D Double Sculls Final Four. Congratulations to Michelle Sturridge and Claire Shepherd. Great row from Molesey Boat Club. They, of course, just beat out the Polish crew PTW Triton and the French crew ACDB. But our next race is, of course, on the racetrack, and that is race 1034. Another one of our women's D Double Sculls finals. So many doubles on the stage at the moment and racing. This is 1034 though.
So far, so good. Beautiful lake. Can't complain. Thank you. Amazing, thank you.
Thanks, right. Can we push up? Oh, we didn't really do that. That's okay. Thank you. Thanks, yeah.
So we've just seen on stage Adelaide University and Cheltenham Rowing Club, the Australian Great Britain composite, from final 3 of women's D Double Sculls. However, race 10:34, as we said, is now on the racetrack. That's final 6. The Australians, Noosa Yacht and Rowing in lane 1. The international composite crew from South Africa and from Ireland, Victoria Lake, St Michael's. Next to them, Ravens from South Africa, Buell Bridge Rowing Club from Great Britain, Christiana Row Club from Norway, North Suburban crew from the United States of America, Runcorn Rowing Club from Great Britain in 7. And Canada, it's Calgary in lane 8. Up to the line, though, it's fast finishing. It's been a frantic race so far just to keep top of everything. Lane 2, though, is the international crew. It is Victoria Lake and St Michael's from Ireland. Number 7 up, it is Runcorn Rowing Club. They've got Clearwater over at lane 8, and that's Calgary Rowing Club from Canada. Then if we just look back on the rest of the field, it's a close finish. It's a tight finish between the two crews in lane 1, Noosa Yacht and Rowing, and the crew next to them in lane 5, Christiana Row Club. It will be the Norwegians, though, who just get ahead by about a length or so on the finish line.
There is a lady right there that can do, but yeah.
Great finish coming through from one of our South African crew. This is Ravens, and they will finish ahead of North Suburban crew from the United States of America. And then the final crew, Buell Bridge Rowing Club from Great Britain, will come through in lane 4. But before our next final comes down the course, we can head back to the medal pontoon, though. Strathclyde Park Rowing Club are just pushing off. They had a phenomenal sprint finish to come through and take the win and the gold medal in final 5 of the women's D Double Sculls. Congratulations to Ailey Ord and Gillian Connell. Next up, race 10:35, women's D Double Sculls, final 7. They just keep coming, these women's D Double Sculls. So wonderful to have so many of them racing here at the World Masters Regatta. Moss Row Club from Norway in 1, Buell Bridge Rowing Club in 2 from Great Britain, Région Grande from France in 3, Maritime from España, Spain, Adelaide University next to them in 5. Then it's Warwick from Great Britain in 6. Calgary again from Canada in lane 7. And then we've got our Finnish composite crew in lane 8.
I estan arribant en aquest moment en primera posició el bot de l'Adelaide University d'Austràlia, del carrer 5, que ara ho fa el B Quadruple de Finlàndia. Aquest bot de fineses que ens ha sorprès amb aquesta segona posició. El carrer des de la Région Grande de la France, que entra en tercera posició. El bot del Marítim, aquestes grandíssimes Malgorta Saki i Sònia Güell del Club Marítim de Barcelona han entrat en la quarta posició, ho fan en cinquena posició. El carrer 6 de Warwick de Gran Bretanya, el carrer 1 del Moss Arca de Noruega, el carrer 7 amb inèrcia entre el Calgary de Canadà i el carrer que ens tancarà aquesta mànega és el Buell de Gran Bretanya. Recordem aquesta mànega número 1035, el doble scull femení. Recordem, la primera posició en aquest cas ha estat per l'Adelaide University d'Austràlia. The first position in this case is for the Adelaide University from Australia, Angie Franco and Susan Ross. Just get the ponton to collect the medal.
So just before we join our next women's D Double Sculls race, we can head back to the medal pontoon because arriving, it is the international composite crew winners of Final 6 from Victoria Lake, South Africa, St Michael's Rowing Club, Ireland, Samantha Johnson and Elsbita Pasinska. Congratulations to both of them. Congratulations to the South Africans and Irish composite crew. We can head back to the course though. Final 8 of the women's D Double Sculls is on the track. Ravens from South Africa in 1, De Hoop, the Netherlands in 2, Aberdeen back again in lane 3, Barrio Nova Rowing Club from Portugal in lane 4, Hennigsdorf from Germany in 5, the international composite of Banyoles and Rocky Mountain in 6. Switzerland have got a crew, Schaffhausen in lane 7, and Great Britain, Jesus, and Champion of the Thames in lane 8. Up to the line though, it is the crew from Germany. Hennigsdorf provisionally take first place. They'll be followed by the Swiss crews from Row Club Schaffhausen. Next across the line, it is the crew from De Hoop from the Netherlands. They finish about a length or 2 ahead of Aberdeen Boat Club, Maureen Law and Fiona Thompson. And they'll be followed by our international composite crew from Rocky Mountain, USA, and from Banyoles, racing on home water. Two crews left then in this 8th final of the women's D Double Sculls, the first of which to cross the line is Barrio Nova Rowing Club from Portugal. And then on screen at the moment, rounding out this final, it will be Wendy Anderson and Janice Richardson from Ravens, South Africa. Of course, it wasn't so long ago that the World Rowing Masters Regatta was in South Africa. 2 years ago, Pretoria hosted this event, and of course, last year was Brandenburg. And for anyone racing in Pretoria, in Brandenburg, or any of the events previously, welcome back to this year's World Rowing Masters Regatta. Thrilled to have all of you here racing, all 3,700 of you. Have you travelled in your masses from every corner of the globe? Welcome to Banyoles, and we hope you are enjoying all of the racing so far. So confirmation of the results then from that final. It was a win for our German crew. As we've just said, winners of that 8th final, it was our crew from Germany, from Hennigsdorf. Congratulations to Ina Bauer and Silke Schulz. So if you enjoy the pictures of the Germans receiving their medals, we can head back up because it is our 9th final of women's D Double Sculls. We've got 14 of them, so we've still got a few to go, but this is our 9th one. Lane 1, it is Turkey, represented by Bogachi. Ravens, once again, from South Africa in lane 2. Noosa Yacht and Rowing from Australia in 3. Starport Boat Club from Great Britain in 5. We've got an international crew from Canada and Australia, Calgary Rowing Club and Newcastle in lane 5. Great Britain, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, once again, go in this race. Next to them, Rudergesellschaft Speyer from Germany, and we've got a Dutch composite crew of RV Tor and RV De Waal in lane 8. 350 metres left to go then in this 9th final of the women's D Double Sculls. And all the attention is on the crews closest to the back, closest to us in the finish tower. It's the Dutch, it's the Germans, it's the Dutch in lane 7 currently leading. Rudergesellschaft Speyer, Corinna Bachmann and Elk Musel going with them though, and it's incredibly close. It's probably about a length or so separating them and the Dutch composite crew from Tor and De Waal. But at the moment it is the Germans. It always has been the Germans. It's been a terrific row from them. They've got about 3-4 strokes left to go until they'll come up to the finish line. Tremendous performance from the Germans in this final 9 of the women's D Double Sculls. They'll provisionally take first place ahead of the crew from the Netherlands, the composite crew. But then again, the rest of the field is finishing so quickly between lanes 6, 4 and 3. At the moment, leading out, it is Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, but they've got to be careful to hold off the charge that is coming from Noosa Yacht and Rowing from Australia. They're able to do it, hold off by about half a length, and just back on them by a length or so will be Starraport Boat Club. Deborah Evans and Joanna Harris from Starraport. And then up to the line, rounding out, we've got the composite crew from Calgary Rowing Club. About a length or so up on lane 1. That's the Turkish crew. And then finishing up this final, it is Ravens from South Africa for your 9th final of the women's D Double Sculls here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta.
Anem ja per la regata 1038 i tenim al carrer número 1 el Bressesteins Ruderbein, al carrer número 2 de Gran Bretanya, Upper Thames, al carrer número 3 del Canadà, Alumini, el carrer 4 d'Alemanya és el Deutscher Luberg, el carrer 5 de Gran Bretanya és el Lochborgond, el carrer 6 és per William III, que és Holanda, el carrer número 7 és Smark, de Finlàndia, i el carrer número 8 és per al Brasil, el Remo de Brasília.
You want to see the medals?
Oh, we've
They
got.
are leaving, but they are still there.
Oh, they're not. They won't show them on there.
Okay.
So be it.
I és la disputa la tenim entre el carrer número 2 i número 3, que és entre Gran Bretanya i Canadà. Sembla que són les noies de Gran Bretanya les que entraran en primera posició, guanyant aquesta medalla d'or del World Rowing. Efectivament, en aquest moment, primera posició per Gran Bretanya, segona per Canadà, la tercera serà per... Què són aquests? Pel carrer número 1 del Breyen. Per tant, el carrer número 4 és pel carrer número 8 del Remo de Brasília. El carrer número 5 és per les holandeses del William. I tancarà la mànega el carrer número 7 de Finlàndia a l'Smark.
That was, of course, final 10 of the women's D Double Sculls. Confirmation of the results that have just come through. It was first place and a win for Upper Thames Rowing Club. Through in first place. just ahead of the crew from Canada, RCA alumni, with the international composite crew from Germany and Ireland through in 3rd place. We can take you through the start though for race 11, final 11 I should say, of the women's D double sculls. Lane 1, it is Club de Remo de Brasilia. Then we've got the German composite crew next to them. Lane 3, the first time we've seen Star Club from Great Britain there in an international composite crew with Hungary, Aviron du Bocage from France in 4. Greenland from the Netherlands in 5. Barnes Bridge from Great Britain next to them. And another British crew, Upper Thames Rowing Club in lane 7. So incredibly close racing between 3 of our leading crews at the moment. It does look to be the crew in lane 3. That is the composite crew from Star Club and from Ferencváros from Hungary out in front, leading. They've got a length or so's lead over the rest of the field. Fast finishing though in lane 6. It's the Netherlands. It's Barnes Bridge. With the Brazilians through in 3rd position. Next across will be the crew from RV Rhineland from the Netherlands, with 2 crews less to cross the finish line. We can head down to the medal pontoon once again though for the winners of the women's D double sculls final 10. That was of course Upper Thames Rowing Clubs, represented by Rebecca Sadler and Naomi Ashcroft. So through the line and rounding out this final 11, it is the German composite crew, Sabine Penk and Katrin Gunther. And with that 11th final done, we've got 3 races to go, I should say, in women's D double sculls. Final 12, 13 and 14. Well, this is final 12. Lane 1, it is the Danish composite of Copenhagen and Hummelbach Row Club. Minerva Bath from Great Britain in 2. The French composite of Ankou and Lyon in 3. Great Britain Starport go in 4. We've got the Portuguese composite of Naval Remo and Fluvial Villa Condense in 5. And the international composite of Minneapolis Rowing Club from the United States and Delfter Sport from the Netherlands, with Calgary Rowing Club in lane 7. Out in front though, with about 150 metres left to go, it is the French. It's that French composite crew of Lyon and Ankou, with clear water over the rest of the field. Their closest rivals though look to be that crew in lane 5, that Portuguese composite crew, who themselves have probably got a length or so over the crew in lane 4. That Starport Boat Club doing all they possibly can to get themselves back into contention, but out in front, leading for so much of this race, it's that crew in lane 3. Up to the line then, just 2 or 3 strokes left to go for Lyon and Ankou from France. They cross the line a length ahead of Portugal, Naval Remo and Villa Condense. Fast finishing though, incredibly fast finishing from the international composite for the United States and Netherlands. They'll finish ahead of the likes of Calgary, finish ahead of Minerva Bath, and finish ahead of Copenhagen Hummelbach Row Club from Denmark, rounding out final 12 of women's D double sculls. Back up the course then for final 13, the penultimate race of these women's D double sculls. The international composite from Sweden and Great Britain in lane 1. Germany, Schweiner Rudergesellschaft in 2, Denmark's Fredensborg in 3, Tribesmen from Ireland in 4, Castle Sempo Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5, Cambridge from the United States in 6, Cambridge Boat Club and Wallingford Rowing Club from Great Britain in lane 7. For those enjoying the live stream, you will be able to see the pictures of Star Club from Great Britain and Ferencváros from Hungary, our international composite, receiving their medals for their victory in final 11 of the women's D double sculls. Congratulations, Rachel Armstrong and Andrea Bosniak.
He hasn't stopped to speak. You could go on for another 3 hours, I know.
What a race we've got developing here then in final 13 of the women's D double sculls. Tribesmen from Ireland have led for much of the closing stages of this race, but it looks like they're closed down, and they're being closed down by Cambridge Boat Club from Boston, from Massachusetts. What a row in the final 200 meters from Cambridge Boat Club to come through to beat Tribesmen on the line. It will then be Wallingford Rowing Club from Great Britain who come through in 3rd place, just ahead of our German crew, Schweiner Rudergesellschaft. And then at this point, we can just catch a breath and wait for lane 1, our international crew, Hammarby Rod from Sweden and Beelbridge Rowing Club from Great Britain, who cross in quick succession with Castle Sempo Rowing Club from Scotland.
Just for the local audience, just remember that you can follow this race on streaming through the YouTube channel from the World Rowing Organization. Just Google it and you'll find it in online, the streaming of the race.
And for those of you who are enjoying that live stream, you're able to enjoy the pictures of our winners of Final 12 of the Women's D Double Sculls, the French composite crew Ankou and Lyon. Congratulations, Nathalie Audio and Patricia Parsanti.
Seguim per la final número 14 i al carrer número 1 tenim les companyes d'Alemanya i són el club Rofferengiren. La segona línia és internacional entre Gran Bretanya i Irlanda, la tercera és Alemanya, de l'Energy Berlin, la quarta és Anglaterra, del Marlow, la cinquena és per Avalon, d'Estats Units, la sisena és per Holanda, de Cornells, i a la setena, als Estats Units, de University Barge. I la primera posició serà per carrer número 1. La segona és pel carrer 5, de l'Avalon, pel carrer 6, perdó, del Cornells, carrer 4 del Marlow, carrer 7 dels Estats Units. And the first position is per Dinamarca, en aquesta ocasió pel carrer número 1. I en aquests moments podem veure el Cambridge recollint la seva medalla en el pontó de Cambridge. I les campiones són, en aquest cas, són dels Estats Units, Cambridge, Margarita Zesa i Elizabeth Avery. Moltes felicitats.
So across the line, rounding out final 14, our final of Women's D Double Sculls is Avalon from the United States of America. And that means we now move from double sculls to single sculls for the first of our finals of men's F Single Sculls. And goodness me, we have got 17 of these finals coming up for you. 17 men's F Single Sculls. So let's introduce you to the first of the finals. Galway from Ireland are in lane 1. Lymington Amateur Rowing Club from Great Britain in 2. Wittenberg from Germany in 3. Banyoles from Spain. We get a nice big cheer and lots of excitement when we shout out one of the Banyoles scullers. They go in lane 4. Joko from France in lane 5. Madras from India in lane 6. The first of our scullers and competitors from India. Welcome and hello to anyone who is tuning in and watching. Brussels are in lane 7 with Bristol from Great Britain in lane 8. We're about halfway through, 500 metres or so into this race, the first of 17 finals of men's F Single Sculls. So a reminder, these scullers have an average age of 60 or above. And they're doing a tremendous job out there on the course at the moment. Our race leader through halfway through 500 metres was our sculler from Brussels, from Belgium, Dominique Verdane. The Belgian sculler out leading this race. He had a comfortable lead at that halfway point, about 2 seconds or so over John Heaney from Ireland, representing Galway Rowing Club. The two of them on opposite sides of the course, so difficult to monitor, to keep eyes on where they are on the course. But it is still that sculler from Belgium, Dominique Verdane. Looks like he's had a very impressive second half of this race. He's into the red boys, less than 250 metres to go. Still out in front, still leading, but we've still got our eyes on John Heaney from Galway. Let's see what he can manage with about 50 metres or so left to go. He's being pushed in the middle of the course by Lymington, by Kenneth Chalk of Lymington, who's just next to him. But as well, fast finishing from Wittenberg, from Banyoles as well. Sculler from Brussels has led from so much of it. He's rating a little bit lower than his Irish opponent, but it looks like it will be enough. It will be enough for Brussels, for Belgium, and for Dominique Verdane, who wins this first heat of men's F Single Sculls. It will be John Heaney of Galway finishing just in second place. Then we get a nice finishing order. It was Lymington, then Wittenberg, then Banyoles, then our French sculler from UR Joko. Just ahead of the likes of Bristol. Richard Spink from Bristol involved with the action as well. He came through in 6th place. And out on the course with about 100 metres left to go then in this first final of the men's F Single Sculls. First time we've seen one of our competitors from India, James Joseph, racing for Madras Rowing Club. Here he is then up to the line. About 5 or 6 strokes left to go for James Joseph from Madras. Here we go then, up to the line. James Joseph, the Madras sculler, will round out this first final of the men's F Single Sculls. And as we said, we've got 16 more races of these Single Sculls still to go. So if you are a Single Sculls fan, sit down. We've got plenty of racing that you'll be enjoying over the next 30, 40 minutes or so. And the second of those finals is on the course at the moment. We can introduce you to those scullers now, the first of which in lane 1 is from Bristol Ariel from Great Britain. RCAE from Belgium, that's Eric Barbier next to him in lane 2. Stockholm from Sweden in lane 3. Strathclyde Park Rowing Club from Great Britain in 4. Rosario Central from Argentina in 5. Banyoles once again in lane 6. Fredericton from Canada in 7. Palm Beach, USA next to him, rounding out this field in lane 8. Well, we've just listed off the sculler from Palm Beach. That's Scott Killen. He's leading this race. We've got a fast finisher, though. A great finish. And it looks like it's coming from Vies Vulmart from Stockholm. These two scullers up to the line, a few lengths ahead of the rest of the field. And it is the sculler. It is the American from Palm Beach. Scott Killen comes through in first place. He'll be followed by our sculler from Sweden, Yves Vilmart. And then next up will be the home sculler. Big cheers here at the finish line for the sculler from Banyoles. And then next to cross will be lane 2 from Belgium. That's Eric Barbier, just ahead of Rosario Central Roberto from Rosario Central from Argentina, with Frederiction's Timothy Randall of Canada right through. And then Ulrich Ixo from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club through in lane 4, and that will be the 8th and final sculler in final 2 of the men's F Single Sculls.
And now we're going to switch our main speaker. Thank you very much, Fergus Mainland. And now we'll substitute him, Sebastian Franke. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for being here. And now it's the race, 10:45. It just started. Lane 1, Spanish Pontejos. Lane 2, Leamington, Great Britain. Lane 3, Alemania from Germany. Lane 4, Artejo de Portugal. Lane 5, Norske from Norway. Lane 6, Rockland from USA. Lane 7, Norwich, Great Britain. And lane 8, Rijland from Netherlands. The fight for the first position in this case seems to be in the hands of the lane 1, Pontejos from Spain, and the lane 8, the Rijland, the Netherlands. Johan Ling from the Rijland is rowing very fast. Now is reaching the line in the first position. The second is Roberto de Llanos from Pontejos, Spain. The third is Timothy Ball, Leamington, Great Britain. Then it's Luis Ramos Artejo. Then it's Michael Bond, Norwich. And the last boat for this race is the Norske, Jan Petter Koren from Norway. And in this case, the medal is for Johan Link from the RV Rijland from the Netherlands. That should go to the pontoon to collect the medal.
So the next heat, race 1046, final four of the men's F single has just started with Jürgen Henze from Halle, Germany in 1, Eric Oliver, Fredericton, Canada in 2, Michael Frost, Bradford-on-Avon, GB in 3, Abdon Retamal Perez from Canottieri Italiano from Chile in 4, Carlos Fabrega Jimenez Banyoles from Spain in 5, then Thomas Hockley of Norwich, GB in 6, Manuel de Sousa Oliveira from Corinthians, Brazil in 7, and finally Dimitru Klemenchuk from Ukraine from Mala Flotilla in lane 8. A full field here on the course with some 700 meters left in this race, the final four of the men's F single. Well, here we have it on the big screen and on your monitors at home. T4 is the bow number of Abdon Retamal Perez of Canottieri Italiano from Chile with a strong push here coming across the halfway mark, taking the lead in this final four of the men's F single. And I believe just ahead of Michael Frost of Bradford-on-Avon. Still some way to go. Lactate accumulating now on this after they have passed the halfway mark. It's definitely kicking in now, the lactate acid, and let's see who copes with that best on the last 300 meters. This is a wonderful lake. It's really wide, and so not too many markers on the course, but definitely the last 250 marked by the red buoy zone, the last 30 strokes opening up now in this final four of the men's F single. And it's still a close fight here between lanes 3 and lane 6 probably. What do you say? Yeah, maybe lane 6. We're guessing it here from the finish tower. Great race developing. So between Michael Frost of Bradford-on-Avon in Great Britain and lane 6, that's another GB sculler, Thomas Hockley of Norwich. These two battling it out here for the win. The winner takes it all in our Masters Regatta here. So no bronze or silver medals handed out. But a great fight here, and I guess that's much to the delight also of the audience here in the finish area. Thank you for joining us here, and also for you guys watching online. Really neck and neck there, bow ball to bow ball, crossing the line. Who's going to come across the line first? It's maybe half a canvas, half a deck, as the Americans say, for Norwich sculler Thomas Hockley, just taking the win here ahead of his compatriot. And that was so Michael Frost coming in second, Bradford. So next across the line is Eric Oliver from Fredericton in Canada. And then just a few more strokes to go here for Carlos Fabrega Jimenez of Banyoles. And then coming across the line soon is going to be Dimitru Klemenchuk of Mala Flotilla in Ukraine. So that was the final four of the men's F single scull. Next one already on the course. Between Saulius Krasauskas of Aarungen in Norway, Jeremy Martin of Fairlop, Great Britain. So Martin it is. Manuel Villaverde Gomez of Club Remo Dominio, España. Then Richard Thomas of Minerva Bath, Great Britain. Paulo Roberto da Silva Filho of Brazil. Martinelli is the club. Kenji Nakae of Satsumi Rowing Club in Japan. Jean-Pierre Talamona of Mulhouse-Aviron from France. And finally in lane 8 from Germany, Renato Chavez Torres of Kettwiger Rudergesellschaft. So thank you for my helpers here spotting the fiercest competition on the course. It's indeed Manuel Villaverde Gomez of Spain, still in the lead, a length up on his nearest competitor, and that's the one carrying the colors of Kettwiger Rudergesellschaft, which is orange and white, challenging the Spanish to the line, but it's going to be a win, just a few more strokes. For the Spanish sculler, 3/4 of a length up on Renato Chavez Torres of Kettwiger Rudergesellschaft. So next to come in. So next one is Kenji Nakai of Tsatsumi, Japan, followed by Saulius Krasauskas of Aarungen, Norway. And then stopping before the line was Jeremy Martin of Fairlop, Great Britain, followed by Paulo Roberto da Silva Filho of Martinelli in Brazil. And then also close, it was for Richard Thomas of Minerva Bath. So that was, that was final 5 of the men's single scull category F. Okay, so final 6 here with 200 meters to go. Final 6 of the men's F Single Scull between Florentino Marquez of Banyoles and Ralf Mehr from Magdeburg, Germany, in 2, Ernesto Mackinnon of Paraná in Argentina, in 3, Pierre Berg of Moss Row Club of Norway, 4, then Stuart Barnett of Stourport, BC, Great Britain, in 5, Jean-Michel Semperé of France in lane 6, Frank Rowe of Andina Rowing Club, USA, in 7, and that's actually the leader at the moment. Crossing the line and taking the win here, indeed, was Frank Rowe of Andina Barge, USA, and then Michael Parsons of Marlow, GB, is in also still here in the race.
I want the photo.
Déjame que espera.
Yeah, disculpa.
Yes, that's just having collected his medal from the victory ceremony pontoon was Manuel Villaverde Gomez of Club Remo Dominio of Spain. 2:50 to go with final 7 of the men's F single between Felipe Chernavilauta of Sausalito in Chile in lane 1, lane 2 for Jonathan Cooper of Tees, Great Britain, and Ariel Blumenzweig of Whitemarsh Boat Club USA in 3, Olaf Wiedfeld of Altwerder Magdeburg of Germany in 4, Bo Hartz of Furesø, Denmark in 5, Vigantas Audines of Norwich, Great Britain in 6, and then Christopher Raymond, Canberra, Australia in 7. And completing the field here in 8 is Hein Timmerman of Sport Gent in Belgium. Clear leader again in this race. And that's Vigantas Audines of Norwich Rowing Club, Great Britain, with a 3 lengths margin crossing the line here in first place. Congratulations. Well done. And second place goes to Canberra, Christopher Raymond, picking up second place here. So Jonathan Cooper crossing the line in third place here from Tees, Great Britain, Tees Row Club. Bo Hartz is the next one from Furesø Row Club in Denmark in fourth place. Fifth place went to Sport Gent, so to Hein Timmerman of Belgium.
Tenim ja entrant a les boies vermelles últims 250 per aquests esportistes. Estem ja a la regata 1050, la final 8 dels esquifos masculins. Pel carrer 1, Gran Bretanya, de l'Upper Thames. Pel carrer 2, l'Austràlia, del Towton. Pel carrer 3, Irlanda, del Clomel. Pel carrer 4, Espanya, del Club Náutico Sevilla. Pel carrer 5, Gran Bretanya, del Bramford on Avon. Pel carrer 6, el Caleb. Pel carrer 7, França, de Cheau-Gornier-Aviron. I pel carrer 8, Alemanya, del Mappen. En primera posició, el carrer 8 d'Alemanya. Segona posició molt ajustada pel carrer 5. Tercera posició pel carrer 1. Repetim posicions. En primera posició, l'alemany del Meppen. En segona posició, Gran Bretanya pel Bedford Avron. Tercera posició pel Gran Bretanya de l'Upper Thames. I quarta posició pel francès de Chetou-Gornier-Aviron.
So just to give a little English here, in the final 8 of the men's single scull, it was a win for Alvin Otten of Wassersportverein Meppen of Germany, former World Rowing lightweight champion in the single scull back in, may I say this, 1988. But still very fit, so congratulations. He's approaching victory ceremony platoon right now. So next up is another final. So we have in total 17 finals in the men's F category. So next one is final 9, or race number 1051 if you want to know. So we have Andres Elola of Club Nacional de Regatas of Uruguay in lane 1. Lane 2 is missing. Lane 3, it's Stephen Aquilina of Tideway Sculls, Great Britain. Lane 4 for Giovanni Poncia of Canottieri Retica of Italy. And then we have Jose Crespo Hidalgo of Kaiku in Spain. Then we have Johannes Brugger of Potsdamer Ruder Club Germania, Germany in 6. And finally Dennis Crowley of Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, Ireland in 7. Lane 8 is not starting. So here we are with just 150 meters to go. It's quite a close battle. Well, look at this battle out here on the water, or watch it on your screen. That's a tough one again. So lane 7 now taking the lead here. So it's Dennis Crowley who might just have gotten across the line in first place, leaving second place for Canottieri Retica for Giovanni Ponsica, I believe. And so that was really a great race. Coming in third. Coming in third was Stephen Aquilina for Tideway Sculls, and then it was very close between lanes 1, 5, and 6. So great racing out here. Lovely conditions, I must say. So thank you to the organizing committee and to all the 400 helpers that have prepared this course so well over the past days, weeks, and months, actually, to make it look as nice as it is, and perfect racing condition also from the wind and wave sector. So let's keep it like this over the next 4 days, and we will see a lot of happy faces. Yeah, confirmation for the win of Dennis Crowley here. Yeah, so on your screen you already have the leader of the final 10 of the men's F single, and it looks to be from Corinthians, Brazil. Corinthians, that's Sao Paulo, so Sergio Ribeiro de Oliveira, and he looks to be leading quite comfortably. We don't have the halfway score yet. The nearest contender, yes, and from our perspective, well, if the camera would zoom in a little bit more to the left, and we could see the close fight between lane 7 and 8, and actually they are occupying the same lane at the moment. So let's hope that they can clear that situation there pretty soon. So lanes 7 and 8 in this race are occupied by Siegfried Mehl of Germany, of Ruder Club Aachen, and Sergio Ribeiro de Oliveira of Corinthians, Sao Paulo. Really neck and neck here, with the German now finding an extra gear. He's upping the rate, and he might even take the win from the Brazilian, who has led all the way. And if there's a clash of blades, it's pretty sure whose fault it can be. So now the Brazilian is correcting his course, moving over to his lane number 8. Still, he's got the edge. So it's either Brazil or Germany who's taking the win. It's a meter or so for the Brazilian crossing the line here. So Sergio Ribeiro de Oliveira victorious in this race. So the Corinthians take the win here. There might be a protest, but that's for the jury to decide, of course. So that was final 10 of the men's F single, with a very narrow win for the Brazilian sculler from Corinthians. 4 results in a minute on the big screen. So here's a message out to all rowers that will be racing this afternoon and the next days. You have to race as long as you see red buoys beside your boat, because the last row of red buoys is the finish line, right? So make sure you have no more buoys beside your boat, and then stop immediately because the bank is pretty near there. So final 11, that's the F11 on the left corner, upper left corner of your screen. Final 11 of the men's F single is underway. Thank you for the good graphics from the Poznan timing team, who are also providing the video stream here for us. And yeah, so we have a full field here again. Looks like that, or looked like that. Yes, looks from our perspective. So Sander Verheugt of Breda in the Netherlands in lane 1, Jean-Yves Giraud of Lyon-Callure, France in 2, then Ansgar Wessling from TVKS in Germany in lane 3. He was Olympic champion in '88 in the men's 8 and also won a bronze here in 1992 in the Olympic Games, also in the men's 8, and has been a fierce competitor in the Masters scene for a while now. George Gilpin in 4, Belfast Rowing Club Ireland. Then Jose Maria Embarda Laborda of Nabateres in Spain in 5. Christopher Skuse of Llandaff in Great Britain 6. Then Jose Pereira Esteves of Portugal in 7. And finally Nicholas Cowan of Lakeland in Great Britain in 8. Looks good for lane 3 at the moment for Ansgar Wessling. He used to be lightweight before he joined the German Olympic 8 in 1988 and won that gold medal. And it's so great to see quite a number of 1992 Olympians here competing here. Actually, there will be a ceremony on Friday, so make sure you don't miss that on the stage in the food area near the club. So make sure you make your way after the last race to that area to see the Olympians of 1992 celebrated, as well as the participants of the 2004 World Rowing Senior and Junior World Champs. So taking the race down, Ansgar Wessling of Germany leading comfortably ahead of Sander Verheugt of Breda, the Netherlands, on lane 1. Then yes, so third place at the moment for Jose Pereira Esteves of Portugal. Very much spread out this field, so no doubt about the leader here is Ansgar Wessling of Germany, taking the rate down to a mere 28 strokes a minute and conserving some energy probably for a couple of other races during this fantastic World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles. Oh, second place is strongly in battle, and indeed it was the Portuguese taking the second place here, away from the Dutch sculler in lane 1. So it's really difficult with 8 lanes to look across and really gauge how far ahead of your opponent you are. Certainly, 4th place goes to Nicholas Cowan of Lakeland. Then it was the Spanish sculler from Nabateres who was 5th. So the next one is final 12, already entering the final stages here, last 30 strokes, last 250 to go. And it's Timothy Bukowski of Chinook in USA in 1, Stefan Richter of Köpenick, Berlin in 2, Graham Price of Newark, Great Britain in 3, Leonard Wiegert of Stockholm's Roforeningen in Sweden lane 4, Jean-Christophe Lenu of Nautique de Commune du Pays de Vitré from France in 5, Augustin Garay of Transmerano in Spain in 6, Christian Probst of Humlebeck Row Club of Denmark in 7, and finally Timothy Sears for Two Rivers Rowing Club Canada in 8. Wow, this is also a close race, 2 scullers, and I believe it's lane 3 maybe catching this win here, just 50 meters, just the last strokes, squeezing every drop of energy out of his burning legs, and here we are with a win for Graham Price of Newark. Second place went to Jean-Christophe Lenu of France in lane 5. Yeah, so third place there for Agustin Garay of Transmerano of Spain. Then we have lane 7 coming in, Christian Probst of Humlebeck Row Club of Denmark. So that's lane 2 here, Stefan Richter of Berlin coming in 7th, and there's one more sculler. Oh yeah. Who's that? Just gone. Yeah, so Ansgar Wessling just received his medal here from Turnverein Kupferdreh Essen in Germany, so taking off for a little bit of a wind down here. Quite a difficult row, I believe, for Timothy Sears of Two Rivers Rowing Club. Not yet across the finish line here. Obviously, he decides to turn here, which is right. So the next race already approaching. The next race is final 13 out of a total of 17 finals in the men's F Single. And so I hand over the microphone.
Thank you. So this race is coming. Els esportistes estan ja tots passats els 250 metres. Tenim aquí pel carrer 1 el Gran Bretanya de Suport BC, l'Argentina de Rio Panamà, l'Ucraïna de DNP Pro, pel carrer 5 el Denmark de Middelfart, pel carrer 6 Japan de LBRC, pel carrer 7 França de SNBS i pel carrer 8 Estats Units amb Chincook. Primera posició pel Rio Panamà d'Argentina. Segona posició pel carrer 1 de Gran Bretanya. Tercera posició pel carrer 3 del Dnipro d'Ucraïna. Quarta posició pel carrer 5 de Denmark. Sisena posició per Estats Units amb Chinook. Sisena posició pel Japan de l'LBRC. I setena posició pel carrer 7 del França.
Final 14 coming up. Here's the lineup for you guys on the screen, and yeah, watching at home, hopefully. Tell your family. I think there should be a link on worldrowing.com to lead you to the YouTube stream that we supply you with all those days in Banyoles. William Nugent of Essendon, Australia in 1. Then David Hope of Upper Thames GB in 2. Eugene Huang of Norwalk River, USA in 3. Matthias Borchert of Erster Kieler Ruder Club in 4. Michael Murray of Tralee, Ireland in 5, Vincent Molty of France in 6, and finally Andreas Borg of Furesø, Denmark in 7. So the next, the remaining races in this category are always 7 boat maximum. And it's really a tough race again between lanes 1 and 3 at the moment. So William Nugent from Australia battling it out with Eugene Huang of USA. These two scullers separated by under half a length. Another sculler also coming into this competition here at the head of the field. And that is lane 4 as well. So lane 4 occupied by Matthias Borchert of Kieler Ruder Club. Trying to get the win here, but I think William Nugent of Essendon, Australia looks pretty comfortable over there with just about 10-12 strokes maximum to the line. He might win this final 14 of the men's F Single Scull. His nearest competitor now even catching a crab, so that was Eugene Huang. Falling into 3rd position, taking 2nd place was indeed the rower from Erster Kieler Ruder Club, Matthias Borchert, in 2nd place. So then it was Andreas Borg of Furesø in 4th position. David Hope from Upper Thames in 5th. Then a few more strokes for Michael Murray of Tralee Rowing Club from Ireland.
Una foto también allí. Show me your congratulations to you. Super.
Gracias.
What from which one? Muchas felicidades para el argentino Omar Ferrari en la primera posición de esta manga 1055 del skiff masculino. ¡Felicidades!
And we come to final 15 of the men's single scull here, and it's Ruderclub Bergedorf, Helmut Longinos battling out with his lane neighbor, Stuart Alsop of Essendon, Australia. The Australian sculler having a little bit more the edge there, but Helmut Longinos is coming up strongly. It was 1.5 meters for the Australian ahead of the German. What a great race. Thank you, gentlemen, for putting up such a great show for us out here on the waters of Lake Banyoles. Then it's Patrick Vassor of Vichy of France in 3rd place. Then we have coming in 4th position Michael Fahlbusch of Basler Ruderclub in Switzerland. Then we have from Furesø in Denmark, Ole Kongsbak, followed by Gareth Williams of SNBS. Yeah, so here at the victory ceremony pontoon we have William Nugent of Essendon, Australia. And here we are with the happy winner getting a lovely medal to take home. So here we are with the lineup already on screen for the next race, which is final 16 out of 17 of the men's F single category. Guy Chauveau of Saumur in France in 1, Björn Saga of Norske in Norway in 2, David Duckworth in from Mahler GB in 3, Pierrick Moscatello of Chateau Gontier Aviron from France in 4, Rui Santos de Almeida Faria. That's my pronunciation. Hopefully you have a better one.
Okay.
No, sorry. Valdis Mekalis of Jurmala in Latvia in 6, and Martin Schütze of Energie Berlin, Germany in 7. And just to remind everyone here on site who's still racing this afternoon, when you cross the finish line, make sure you come as close to the bank as possible and cross past the big red buoy that marks the turning point, not to have any clashes here in the finish area. So please make sure you come past the big red buoy marking the turning point when you want to go back to the pontoons. Right, so I already introduced the lineup for you. So with just 150 meters to go in this final 16, you already had the lineup from us. On the left of your big screen, by the way, is the victory ceremony for the previous heat with Stuart Alsop of Essendon receiving his medal. But we look again at the finish area with a strong finish indeed from Pierrick Moscatello of Chateau Gontier Aviron for France in lane 4.
Christopher, show me the medal, please. Great race. The medal?
Who is next one?
Not the best racing I've done. F4. Okay, thank you.
So finally, final 17, the start list on the screen for you. So we have Berthold von Beer of Ratzeburger Ruder Club in Germany in 1, Philipp Wehr of Marlow, Great Britain in 2, Jacek Wielebnowski of Nowa Huta in Poland in 3, Rudolf Axtheim of Flörsheimer Ruderverein in Germany in 4, Ahmed Dieb of France in 5, Alejandro Gasparini of San Fernando, Argentina in 6, and Johannes Bielderman of Roeivereningen Breda of Netherlands in 7. So great race here again, but again we have a clear leader with 2 and a couple of lengths, and I believe that's indeed Berthold von Beer of Ratzeburg. Very tall guy, long stroke here, and taking his 14-kilo boat beautifully towards the finish line, restricting himself to something well below 30 strokes a minute with a few strokes. So Berthold von Beer will be winning this race, followed by Philipp Wehr of Marlow in 2nd place. Then it's going to be San Fernando, Argentina. So Alejandro Gasparini, is taking 3rd. 4th place will go to Rudolf Axtheim was 4th place here for Flörsheim in Germany. Then we had
I need the radio.
Oh my God, this is a bad joke. And where is my chain? Because we came together.
I hope it arrives, but without a
So welcome back to the action. We are going back to rowing on the beautiful lake here in Banyoles in Catalonia in Spain. And what a glorious day of racing it is. It has been since 12 o'clock this morning. So everyone's excited to be here after so many months of training. Next category, we have seen a lot of singles races in the past hour or so. Next race to come up in a few minutes' time is the women's G Coxless Pair, and this race should be about to start. We have 7 crews in this race. It's Victoria Laughlin-Taylor and Elizabeth Rundy of Martha's Moms in USA in 1, Barbara Hall, Louise Street of Commercial Australia, I believe that's in Melbourne, right? In lane 2. So then we have from Club de Remo de Brasilia in Brazil. I can't pronounce all these names, but I will ask one of my colleagues here to do it properly.
Alessandro Sereno and Anne Wopat of Seattle Scullers and Esperia of the International Combination in lane 4. Then Anne Marl Boucher and Rachel Alexander of Lucky Charms and Lake Washington Rowing Clubs in USA in 5. Susan March and Caroline Fennell of Perth, Australia in 6. And finally, Eleonora van Dam and Anne van der Zee of Roeivereniging de Amstel and De Hoop of the Netherlands in 7. And yeah, race is underway on the first few strokes here. We have a little tailwind here blowing straight down the course, we believe, as we look from the finish tower. And so this tailwind will be speeding up the crews, helping them to get to the finish line a little earlier. And also, I believe, leveling out the physical differences in many boat classes, especially the smaller ones, because the less strong crews can also keep up some race pace here. Lovely tight-knit field here on the first few strokes in this women's G category Coxless pair.
Veiem com aquesta regata ja ha començat. Sembla que les nostres esportistes ja han fet els primers 250 metres. Pel que estem veient per la pantalla, sembla que el carrer 7 s'emporta la primera posició pel moment. I ara farem un repàs dels països que hi ha en aquesta mànega. Pel carrer 1, Estats Units, amb Martha's Mom. Pel carrer 2, Austràlia, amb Commercial. Pel carrer 3, Brasil, amb Club de Remo Brasília. Pel carrer 4, un internacional d'Austràlia, d'Estats Units i Itàlia. Pel carrer 5, un Estats Units. Pel carrer 6, Austràlia. I pel carrer 7, Netherlands, Holanda. Des de la torre ens sembla que el carrer 2 porta una gran avantatge als altres carrers. Tot i això anem veient com s'acosten i comencen a entrar les boies vermelles. I a falta d'uns 75 metres, sembla que les australianes del carrer 2 s'emportaran una claríssima primera posició. Tot i això, la segona encara no està definida. Estem esperant una apretada final per part d'aquestes esportistes. Sembla que tot plegat està entre el carrer 3 i el carrer 6. I obrint el 200 femení entren les australianes del Commercial, Barbara Ann, Lucy. Segona posició pel carrer 7 d'Holanda, Netherlands. Tercera posició pel carrer 6 d'Austràlia. Tercera posició pel carrer 3 del Brasil. Tot i això veiem un últim bot que encara està en els últims 70 metres. Una última apretada per aquesta mànega, aquestes esportistes. Sembla que Martha's moms from America have some difficult for the wind. Just the last meters for them. So congratulations, ladies. You finally finished this the first regatta of And I think that, as we can see in the screen, the second race are starting.
Here we are with the final two in this category. It's both pairs are from the H category, and we have their former World Rowing Masters Commission members, Stenka Norkova with Oldřiška Pekna from Slavia Praha in the Czech Republic. And then it's Jacqueline Snyder and Susan Houghton of SAC in USA. And the latter crew is quite clearly in the lead here. Just two boats in this race. And we expect the winner of the previous heat, of the previous race, of the women's G pair at the victory ceremony pontoon to be presented with a medal. So just 100 meters left in this race. Beautiful drone shots we have here following the leading crew down towards the finish line. Good perspective here. Thanks to Adrian and his crew for providing us with the pictures. So this is the women's G category. So everyone born in the early 1950s here and still competing. What a great idea that is, to be competing if you want to through your whole life. So clear win here for the United States crew of SAC, Jacqueline Snyder and Susan Houghton. And a few more strokes to go with former Olympians Zdenka Norkova and Oldřiška Pekna of, hopefully don't butcher that word too much, Veslački Club Slavia Praha of the Czech Republic. So what a great picture we get from the start here with all these athletes assembled to race in the men's I to M category. In fact, all of them are category I. So the athletes in this race have an average age of between 80 and 83 years. So a lot of experience in this race. And we have a quick look here at the winners of the women's H category in the pair. Jacqueline Snyder and Susan Houghton of SAC of the United States of America get their medal here. And congratulations to them. Yeah, so we have a small but very dedicated crowd here in the grandstand. If you want to join us here at the finish tower area, it's really lovely down here. And yes, there's drinks and some food as well. So it's worthwhile making your way to the finish zone to support your crews. So big lineup here in the men's I category 8. So it's 8 boats assembled and have just been sent away. From the starting pontoon. So dark blues, Mitsubishi, the Japanese combination in 1. Then it's international for, well, quite a number of clubs all across Canada, Switzerland, Hungary, Great Britain. So in lane 2, international lane 2. Then USA, Willamette, Detroit, and Ann Harbor rowing clubs in 1. So that's J3. And then we have from Norway in 4, Christiania Row Club and Drammen combination. Then in 5, another international crew from Switzerland, Germany, USA and Ireland. Then we have WK Masters from Japan, another Japanese crew in this race in lane 6. Then a club crew from Tees from Great Britain in 7. And finally another international combination from USA, from Great Britain, from France, from Estonia, and Denmark. So this is all the different countries and clubs represented in this race. And as I said, 80 to 83 in average age, and what an achievement in itself to be still racing. And what a glorious day to do so with this lovely tailwind speeding up the boats here. Quite a technical challenge, I think. Not so much because of the waves are getting so much higher. That's not the case. But I mean, yeah. So if you have tailwind, it's speeding up the boat, making it a little bit more of a bumpy ride. This field's spreading out quite considerably at the moment, with 2 crews sticking out, or maybe 3 at the moment. So lanes 2 and 3 battling it out here. The international combination of Calgary, Zurich, Hungary, Upper Thames, Great Britain, and Baden, Switzerland. So this crew in lane 2 looks good, but there's a tough challenge coming from the United States of Willamette, Detroit Boat Club, and Ann Harbor. These 2 crews at the top of the field, and then more than a length down, all the other crews, maybe headed by the club crew from Tees in 3rd place, but that's also under pressure from the crew in lane 5, which is Norway, another club. No, sorry, that's the international crew from Switzerland, Germany, etc. in lane 5. What a fantastic field. 8 boats in 8s coming towards the course. That is more than raced at the Olympic Games gold medal race in 1992, because we only occupied 6 lanes then. Here we have 8 fantastic 8s, and it's now a clearer picture. It looks like the crew from USA, Willamette, Detroit, and Ann Harbor has a little bit more gas left in the tank, and so make their way, making the margin a little bit bigger, stroke by stroke, coming towards the line. It's indeed USA taking the win here. Lane 3, right? Yes. And then 2nd place goes to international combination of Calgary, Polytechnica Zurich, Gippel Everses Hungary, Warts Masters, Upper Thames, Kulker, and the other clubs involved. We have the Tees club crew. Lovely to see them in 3rd place. Then we have the international combination from Germany, Switzerland, and so on. Then coming across in 5th place was the J4 in 5th? No, that's J4. Okay. 6th place definitely goes to the internationals. Yeah, sorry, to Norway. And yeah, so quite a field here. Then it's 7th place for international combination in lane 8. And finally, there's one club that has stopped considerably before the finish line, is just now sort of drifting across the finish line. That was the club crew from Dark Blues and Mitsubishi in Japan. So race completed, a great race we had for the men's I category in the men's 8s. And we have a 3-boat lineup in the men's a 2-boat lineup in the men's J category coming up next, together in the same race, and 1 boat from the L category. So here we have it on a big screen. The next race in the J and L categories. So lanes 1 and 2 occupied by the L competitors here. Sorry, by the J competitors, and lane 3 by the L competitors. So it's going to be 2 sets of medals handed out in this for this race. So already approaching the last 200-meter stretch. Quite an impressive performance by the crew from Sarasota, Stockholm, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Odense, then Seattle, Dart Totnes, and Riga, Latvia, and also Bendigo, Australia. So that's the crew in lane 1 on their way to the finish line in a win in the J category, followed by the older crew in this race, racing in the L category, and it's going to be really close here. Look at the guys in lane 3. They might even take the overall win in this race. Fantastic final sprint from Calgary, Casitas, Avalon, Dart Totnes, Postgrun, Saugatuck, Rocky Mountain, Kinnell Cruises, and Royal Chester. Oh, so all the great names across the board here assembled. Right, and at the victory ceremony pontoon, we congratulate the crew from USA, Willamette Rowing Club, Detroit Boat Club crew, Ann Harbor Rowing Club with Alan Bauer, James Montel, Dennis Seatek, Michael Thibault, Richard Seatek, John Burnfield, Dennis Voidula, William Bird, Jan Bird, and yeah, so congratulations to you guys. Well done.
Hope to see you. It is a nice day. Yes. Okay, courtside row. Thank you. Just the courtside rowing. Just courtside. Okay, nice and easy on the paddle.
Pretend we've done this before.
Okay, on the paddle. Ready?
Oh, we do have a photographer. Hello. Oh, I should row. Pay attention now. Hi, Mom.
Thank you.
Right, so you might hear it in the microphone as well. The wind is picking up just a little bit. I was informed that this is quite a typical afternoon situation in this mountainous area. Well, talking about mountains, Rocky Mountain crew in lane 1 in the next race. So USA in lane 1 in the final 1 of the women's B Quadruple Sculls. And then it's Commercial Island in 2, Glebe, Australia in lane 3, Moda Kürek Kulubu of Turkey in 4, Aberdeen for Great Britain in 5, Copenhagen, so Copenhagen's Row Club for Denmark in 6, Karlsruher Viking and Seeklub Luzern, so Germany and Switzerland in 7, and Stuttgarter RG in 8. So all these quads coming down towards the finish line. It looks to be a clear win for the Rocky Mountain crew in lane 1 here, if I'm getting it right. Right, so it looks like Adrian Grauer, Kara Rizzo, Erin Manfrey, and Lawrence Stevepack have really done their homework and crossed the line in first place, lengths ahead of Commercial Island in second place in lane 2. Coming up in third is the crew from Stuttgart. So that's third place for Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft. Fourth place goes to Karlsruhe and Luzern in combination. Tough racing here, then one boat without number must have been lane 4. So lane 4, that's the Turkish crew. Then it's the Copenhagen crew in 6th place. 7th then was Aberdeen. And finally, we have Australia coming in on lane 3 in 8th place.
Let's pull in. Thank you guys. Gracias, gracias.
Wow.
I believe we just
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Y'all are going to be there helping us get the boat out, right? Yeah.
It moves the boat sideways.
Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Gracias.
Make sure you smile, Graham.
Yes,
Thank you.
So at the victory ceremony platoon, just receiving their well-earned medals is the crew from Calgary, Casitas, Avalon, Dart Totnes, Porsgrunn Road Club, Saugatuck, Rocky Mountain, Kinal Cruisers, and Royal Chester. So the international combination, Don Tannhauser, John Davies, Carmichael Stanley, Tiger Edward Demers, Erling Sjöboden, Peter Guest, John Everett, Michael Schonstrom, and can it be Sarah O'Connor? Anyway, well done, guys. And next to come up to the victory ceremony pontoon is the crew from the J category. So the winner there is Sarasota, Stockholm, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Odense College Club Seattle, Dart Totnes, River City, USA, Riga, and Bendigo, Australia. So congratulations to Joseph Czech, Alan Pine, Björn Nielsen, David Jones, Manusher Arastopur, Vilnius Predjens, Peter Weirn, Norman Thetford, and Alden Zeka. Well done. So next race coming up. Next race coming up is the final 2 of the women's quads. 7 crews in the race, and it's really highly competitive here between the international crew from München, Bremen, and Hong Kong, China. So that's the crew battling out in second place. The leader at the moment should be racing in lane 7, should be Speyer and Treviris Trier. So it's indeed the crew from Speyer and Treviris Trier who took the win here. Yeah, so to repeat that again, RG Speyer and Treviris Trier taking the win out of Corinthians, Brazil, just ahead of the crew from Munich, Bremen, Hamburg, and Hong Kong, China. 2 more crews to come in, and that's Aberdeen, and then it's also Turkey, Moda Kürek Kulubu. Yeah, so we have lucky faces here, happy faces, I must say, at the victory ceremony pontoon with the crew from the previous final. Winning this race was Rocky Mountain. Adrian Gauer, Cara Rizzo, Erin Manfrey, and Lauren Steveback. Congratulations. And here we are already approaching the last 150 is the final three of the women's B Quadruple Sculls. It's a really, really tough race here between lane number 7, lane number 7, just ahead of lane number 5. So these two battling it out, these two crews, East Bay, USA, and Blokovo, Croatia, taking the, sorry, no, that was Nottingham indeed. Nottingham and 7 taking the win here. So lane 7 wins this. Nottingham wins this race. Second place goes to Ruifanin, Dalac, Aviron Energie, and Delftse Sports, so the Netherlands and France in one boat. And that was the race of this race, so 2 crews well ahead of the rest of the competition here. And the competition is still going on for the further placings. And just to remind you, when you still have to race this afternoon, past the last red buoys and then you're across the finish line. Don't stop before. The winner was N7, right? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so before we have a look at the next race, we look at the victory ceremony pontoon, and we congratulate the crew from Germany, from RG Speyer, from Grünau, and from Treviris Trier. And it was Michaela Mahler, Anita Latz, Scarlett Geleshun, Fertig, and Jessica Fuhr that took the win here. Yeah, so for the next race, somehow the highway to the danger zone of Kenny Loggins comes into my mind, heading right into the danger zone of the last 250 meters. Everything in it for at least 3, maybe 4 crews in this race. The final 4 of the women's B Quadruple Sculls. It's in lane 1, Breda and Rampus for the Netherlands. Lane 2, Arlesund, Norway. Lane 3, Région Grand Est, France. Lane 4, Stockholm, Sweden. Lane 5, Fredensborg, Denmark. Lane 6, international between Canada and USA. And lane 7 international between Sweden and Great Britain. And the latter crew, they have now found some extra fuel in the tank, pumped up the rate to 38 strokes a minute, 39 even, and managed to slip away here in lane 7. That's Sweden and Great Britain combined internationally. And they cross the line now with a good margin of 1.5 lengths across the nearest competitors, that being Alumni and Atlanta rowing clubs from Canada and USA respectively. Third place went to the crew from Région Grand Est in France, I believe. Yeah, so fantastic racing here in the women's quads. And we congratulate the winners from final 3 of the women's B Quadruple Sculls. That was the crew from Nottingham: Ariel Torres, Lois Overforde, Elizabeth Moore, and Alison Waller.
No, I did. I saw people way behind, and I was looking at them, just like there.
So from the women's B category quads, we now move on to the men's A category single sculls, and that means the category age group 27 years to 35 years. So the youngest competitors in the masters scene. We have quite a spread out field here, and I believe. Yeah, and we also have a cap size in, I think, lane 2, no, lane 1, seemed to be lane 1. So, but let's focus here on the last few strokes for the leading crew. So it's looks like to be a win. Luke Hannon of Athlone from Ireland taking the win here ahead of and that was close between Ashley Cowley of Newark, Great Britain in lane 7, just ahead of Rodi Farley of Aviron Club from France in lane 2. Then a few more strokes to go for the rest of the competitors. Yeah, so we have a look at the water where we still have the boat there, and also the rescue team is there. But as the next race is also approaching, it's a close situation here. Yeah, just taking off from the victory ceremony pontoon, we congratulate the crew from Hammarby, Rod, Sweden, and Buell Rowing Club, Great Britain, Leonora Gaspar, Andrea Flene, Louise Allen, and Dominika Rosenfeld. Congratulations. Tough competition in this men's A category single sculls, 27 to 30 years of age. So they could be also still competing on an elite level, but they, of course, if you can't afford to train as much, then you would be here at the right place at the World Rowing Masters Regatta, which also requires a lot of training, and certainly Floris van der Grift of Proteas of the Netherlands has done a lot of work, and he wins this race ahead of Benjamin Homer of Newcastle, Australia. These two well separated from the rest of the field here, so third to come into the finish line should be Diego Del Pino Calvino from Circolo Canantieri of Peru. Then it was lane 7 coming in, Jerónimo Stargis of Club Reno Vigo from Spain, followed by Charles Thurston of Royal Navy. And then was Ricardo Correa of Portugal, and bringing up the rear in this, last one to cross the line was Alexander Fairclough of Bristol Ariel from Great Britain. So that was the final final 2 of the men's single scull category A.
Congratulations to Luke Hannon from Athlone from Ireland.
You'd think they could be like, okay, we have a contest between fourth place and fifth place, and can we, like our, nothing in our race. I don't, maybe not close at all. I thought once you left the course, you accepted the result of the race.
So moving on to final three of the men's A Single Scull. Joseph Anderson looks to be comfortably in the lead here for Trentham, Great Britain. 3, 4, 5 lengths even is his margin. Very good rowing indeed there. So second to come in is the Spanish sculler from Maritime, so Julian Aguila. Then it was Finn Legal of Alsterruderverein Hanseat of Germany from Hamburg in third. Fourth was the Portuguese sculler, Marco Rivas.
Did they have somebody go into their lane? I didn't see the umpire waving his flags there. That's why I was really glad that we did the outside lane for like that reason, and then it's also just really easy to keep an eye on everybody, especially when you get out ahead. Yeah, I only had to look one way. Yeah. Anybody want to go run and grab a beer? I was just thinking I don't have my card. Does anyone have I would deliver them for you. Anyone over there have Venmo? Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you my Venmo handle. Just request it. Yeah, request it. Okay, thank you. It's okay. We're having a good time. Gotta put sunscreen. I actually did not put sunscreen on my legs. So. Okay. We'll just like lean forward even a little bit. Yeah. Do you want me to? Yeah. That would be great. Thank you. Ja se l'han endut a l'arribada. Gràcies.
Just a quick run through, yeah, but maybe with the names as well.
No, I can read it here, no worries. Tenim ja entrant a boies vermelles aquesta quarta mànega de l'esquif masculí. Pel carrer 1, Brasil, amb GPA. Pel carrer 2, Espanya, amb Navarrets. Pel carrer 3, Xina, amb un Gran Rowing. Pel carrer 4, Portugal, amb Coimbra. Pel carrer 5, Gran Bretanya. Pel carrer 6, Alemanya. Pel carrer 7, Irlanda. I pel carrer 8, Xina. Sembla que la primera posició se l'emporta el carrer 5 de Gran Bretanya, seguit del carrer 8 de Xina. Tercera posició per Brasil. Quarta posició, carrer 7 d'Irlanda. Cinquena posició pel carrer 2 d'Espanya. Congratulations to Joseph Anson from Great Britain for the race. So just for remember, the winner of the last race is from Germany. Congratulations to Malte Hein.
So next coming up is the final five. Malte Hein on the left of your picture of your screen is receiving his well-earned medal, and so we move on to the next race also with just 100 meters to go. Yeah, it looks to be Tristan Steichmann of Nautilus, the Netherlands, who takes the win here, and that's confirmed. So what a clear win indeed it was. Then a final sprint coming up here. A good final sprint from lane 7, but I think it was indeed Lucas Hoffman Ramos of Brazil who took the second place here, just ahead of the Portuguese sculler, Antonio Magalhães do Vale. So also in this race, in the men's A category, we have quite a number of finals. So we go all the way to final 10. We are now coming up. Next race will be final 5 of this category. So many scullers want to test their strength here on the waters of Lake Banyoles. Yeah, quick across the line and also quick on his way to the victory ceremony pontoon is Tristan Steichmann of Nautilus. Yeah, so congratulations to our Dutch friend Tristan Steichmann coming to the victory ceremony pontoon now for his win in final 5. Coming up now, final 6 between 8 great scullers and number 7. So U7 is the bow number shining across to us in the finish tower. Gregor Hall of Stirling Rowing Club of Great Britain leading this field by quite a margin, still pushing strongly towards the finish line. Last 5 strokes for him, and then he's there getting his medal right after. So that's 4th place for Michal Piccolo of Warsaw in Poland, and then it was the sculler from WSV Königs Wusterhausen, Roland Kühn of Germany in 3rd, followed by Sebastian Fertig of Grünau, also Germany, in fourth place. Yeah, so that was the final 6 of the men's single sculls, category A, so our youngest age category here on the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Just to remind you, the oldest category will be category M for 89 years and older. So what a great span of experience, great range of experience we have on this regatta. We have many Olympians finding their way back after some after finishing their main career and then maybe having kids or building up their jobs and then coming back at some later stage in their life, and other people just starting. I have taught rowing to people more than 60 years old when they started, and they even started competing. So that's the spirit of rowing, and we celebrate that here on the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Next race will be covered by my friend Fergus Mainland, and so lovely to work with you guys here in the Finnish Tower.
I tenim ja aquí davant dels nostres nassos, ja just passant la línia final, aquesta quarta mànega de l'esquif masculí i femení. Sembla que guanyarà aquesta mànega el carrer 4 de Gran Bretanya. Segona posició pel carrer 6 d'Estats Units. Tercera posició pel carrer 5 d'Argentina. Quarta posició pel... Ens esperarem a rebre els resultats oficials per tornar a cantar les posicions d'aquesta darrera mànega. Confirmem que el carrer 7 i el carrer 8 no han pres la sortida i que les posicions finals seran en primera posició el carrer 3 de França pel Club Marijanis Sports d'Aviron. Segona posició pel carrer 5 d'Argentina, d'Amèrica, de Leonardo Martoretti. Pel carrer 4, Gran Bretanya, de Punteny Town. En quarta posició el carrer 6 d'Amèrica. En cinquena posició el carrer 2 d'Holanda. I en sisena posició Polònia. Congratulations to the French competitor. And now our partner from Scotland is going to continue with the streaming.
So we're up and across the line then for this 8th final of the men's A Single Sculls. Through in first place provisionally was our sculler in lane 4, Moritz Schneider from MRG Baden in Germany. And then closely followed by the Spanish sculler from Olympique Barcelona, along with Christian Molvig from Soro, Denmark, with the rest of the scullers coming through and rounding out this 8th final of the men's A Single Sculls. So confirmation there from that 8th final of the men's A Single Sculls. It was a win for Germany, a win for MRG Baden, and a win for Moritz Schneider. We go back up the course once again, as we so often do here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. It's race 1076, final 9 men's A Single Sculls. 2 more races of these men's A Single Sculls, 9 and 10, before we move on to the women's 8s. This time, though, in lane 1, it is Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain, Malmo Road Club from Sweden, Damas from Netherlands, Bordeaux, Emulation Nautique Bordeaux go in lane 4, Egypt team from Egypt in lane 5, Verin from Germany, Viking Spital from Austria, and MI Rowing from España, Spain in lane 8. So into the red boys, about 200 metres left then in this 9th final. At this point, we can say congratulations to Moritz Schneider once again from MRG Baden for his win in final 8. He's on the medal pontoon, but out in front looking set to be the next sculler onto that medal pontoon. It is the sculler from Nottingham Rowing Club, David Smith. A phenomenal row from him. Sees him cruising up to the line with about 3 or 4 strokes left to go. Going with him though, it's the sculler in lane 4, our sculler from France, Michael Heiter from Emulation Nautique Bordeaux, crossing about half a length behind. A phenomenal sprint from him as he came up to the line. He'll be followed by RV Viking Spittel sculler from Austria in lane 7. And then Sean Walsh representing MI Rowing from Spain. Next up will be Danilo Chinchilla Sosa from Malmo Rod Club in Sweden. And then in quick succession, we welcome across the line our sculler from Damas from the Netherlands and Ahmed Lashin from Egypt. And then rounding out this final 9 of the men's A Single Sculls is Lucas Jacob from Verin, Germany. So confirmation there on screen, a win for David Smith, a win for Nottingham Rowing Club in final 9. Back up though, it is our final race of men's A Single Sculls, final 10. We've had 10 outstanding races here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. 9 outstanding races, I should say. I'm sure we're about to have a 10th. In lane 1, it is Rowhouse, USA. In lane 3, it is Nest from Finland. Tralee from Ireland in lane 4. Germany's Nasovia Host in lane 5. TWDW from Poland in lane 6. Corvera from Spain in lane 7. And Germany's Schweiriner Rudergesellschaft in lane 8. So at the front of this race, our eyes are on our scullers in lanes 6, 7 and 8 from Poland, Spain and Germany respectively. Great race out in front in the last 50 metres between Poland and Spain. It's going to be neck and neck between these two scullers, but it looks like that sculler in lane 6, the Polish sculler, has just stopped racing. It's our sculler in lane 7, Corvera from Spain, our Spanish sculler. Here he is on his home water. Jose Fernandez up to the line. Will take first place in the men's A Single Sculls final 10. He'll be followed by our Polish sculler representing TWDW. Through in second place, closely on his heels, is Sandor Drews from Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft. And then again, neck and neck. What a way to finish the men's A Single Sculls. It's lanes 5 and lane 3. That's Ruder Club Nasovia Hocht, Karsten Breisky and Andreas von Koschul from Finland. Wrapping up this field will be Eduardo de la Flor from Rowhouse, USA. And then we'll have James Breen all the way from the Emerald Isle from Ireland. So confirmation once again, a win in our final race of the men's A Single Sculls for Jose Fernandez, representing Corvera from Spain. He'll be making his way to the medal pontoons. But now, though, we move from the smallest boats up to the biggest boats. It's time for the eights. It's time for the women's E8s. We've got a lot of them about to come down the course. We've got 5 finals worth of women's eights, the first of which is on the screen at the moment. So as we've said, next up is the women's eights, women's E8s. And this, of course, is an average age of 55 across these women's eights, and they're just on the start line at the moment. We'll take you through the runners and riders, though. Lane 1 is Calgary Rowing Club. Corinthians from Brazil in 2. We've then got a Spanish composite in lane 3. Nautique, Tarragona, Maritime, Kirolac and Santiago Tarak. We've then got a British composite of Nottingham Rowing Club, Cantabrigian and Express. Then we've got a big international composite in lane 5 of Calgary from Canada, Sport Gent from Belgium, Montreal from Canada, Pocock Rowing Club USA, Smark from Finland, Lee from Ireland, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club from Great Britain and Delfster Sport from the Netherlands. We're underway though. The first of our crews are underway. We can see that British composite crew there on screen, taking you through the rest of the crews though. Region Grand from France in 6, Bewdley from Great Britain in 7, and Sarasota County Rowing Club in lane 8.
Tenim aquí el 8 femení que ja s'ha donat la sortida pel carrer 1 Canadà, del Calgary pel carrer 2 Brasil, pel carrer 3 un bot espanyol configurat pel Tarragona, el Marítim, l'Urquirolac i el Santiago Tarrac, pel carrer 4 el Gran Bretanya, pel carrer 5 un internacional de Canadà, Bèlgica, Estats Units, Finlàndia, Irlanda, Gran Bretanya i Holanda. Pel carrer 6, unes dones franceses. Pel carrer 7, el segon bot de Gran Bretanya. I pel carrer 8, unes altres americanes. Veiem com passen els 500 i es van acostant aquestes noies. Pel que sembla ser, porta una lleugera avantatge al carrer 8, sembla ser, aquestes americanes. Perdoneu la confusió, segons sembla ser a la pantalla, qui realment porta una lleugera avantatge són el carrer 6 i el carrer 5 de l'internacional de Canadà, Bèlgica, Finlàndia, Irlanda, Estats Units, Gran Bretanya i Netherlands, juntament amb les dones franceses.
Well, if you're watching on the live stream or enjoying the big screen coverage, I'm sure you'll be loving this drone footage that we've got here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. What a shot we've been able to have of Region Grand from France and our big international composite crew from Canada, Belgium, Great Britain, Ireland, Finland, Netherlands, all mixed into this wonderful 8. And what a performance they have been putting together. We've been watching them with the drone footage just slowly move away from the rest of the field, move away from that French composite crew. And here they are coming into the final 100 metres of this race, and it's about a length's advantage they have on the rest of the field at this stage. What a performance from this international composite crew. They've come together magnificently well. And here they are, up to the line, just a few strokes to go. But the rest of the race behind it is just absolutely brilliant. We've talked about the French crew, Rudgen Gond, sitting in second place at the moment. But at the moment, it will be the crew in lane 8. Sarasota County just clinging on for third place. It's incredibly close on the line. They're about half a length up on the British composite of Nottingham Cantabrigian Express. They'll sneak ahead of Calgary Rowing Club, who themselves will just beat out the Spanish composite crew. And then next across, it will be our Brazilian friends from Corinthians. And about a length or so back will be the crew from Bewdley Rowing Club, Great Britain. A magnificent way to open up the eights racing in the women's E category here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta.
Després de veure aquesta apassionant regata dels 8 femenins, procedeixo a recuperar els resultats i pronunciar-los amb l'idioma local. Pel carrer 5 han quedat en primera posició l'Internacional del Canadà, Bèlgica, Estats Units, Finlàndia, Irlanda, Gran Bretanya i Holanda. En segona posició ha arribat el carrer 6 de les franceses. En tercera posició ha arribat el carrer 8 d'Estats Units. En quarta posició ha arribat Gran Bretanya. En cinquena posició el Canadà. Sisena posició per al vot espanyol, composat pel Nàutic de Tarragona, Marítim, l'Urquirolac i el Santiago Tarrac. En setena posició les brasilenyes i en vuitena posició Gran Bretanya.
What a way to open up the eights racing for women's E8s here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And guess what? We get to do it all over again. Another 4 times. We've got 5 finals of women's E8s to look forward to, and the second of which is on the course at the moment, well underway. Lane 1, another international composite crew from Germany and from Denmark. Chinook from the United States go into St Andrew Boat Club from Scotland in lane 3. Another international composite from Australia and from Great Britain next to them in 4. Brazil go in lane 5, represented by Club de Remo de Brazil. Lane 6, we've got an Irish composite of Tralee and Cork, and another British crew in the form of Aberdeen Rowing Club in lane 7. And here we've got our drone footage just starting to pick up some of these crews once again. It looks like it is the crew in lane 4. It is the second of our international crews. It is St George's Rowing Club from Australia, Putney Town from Great Britain, Leichhardt from Australia, and UTS Haberfield from Australia as well. More than halfway through, and they've got clear water. But let's look at that race for second, third, and fourth. That is unbelievably tight between the first of our international crews, Roder Club Ham from Germany. We've got another German crew, plenty of German crews, along with Bagsvard from Denmark, neck and neck. Next to them, it's Chinook from the United States, sitting probably a foot or 2 back and just out of shot at the moment. I think it's the crew from, might even be Aberdeen still in the mix as well. But here we are out in front at the moment. What a performance coming up to the line. 50 metres left to go. For Australia, for Great Britain, for St George's Rowing Club, Putney Town, Leichhardt and UTS Haberfield. Outstanding row form as they come up to the line. Just 3 strokes to go, and it's a clear water advantage they've got. And over on the far side, that race for second place, it is our international crew, our German internationals, our Danish international composite crew. Managed to get probably a canvas or so ahead of Chinook. They'll be closely followed by the crew in lane 6. That's the Irish composite crew of Cork and Tralee. And then hot on their heels, probably about a length and a half back, it is the crew from St Andrew Boat Club, all the way from Edinburgh, who are followed by Club de Remo de Brasilia. And then in their famous purple kit, it will be the Scots, it will be the crew from Aberdeen Boat Club, rounding out this second final of women's E8s.
Congratulations to the ladies from the international boat who are receiving now her medals. So congratulations, ladies. These girls who are from Calgary, Roissy from Canada, Sporden from Belgium, Montreal from Canada, Pogorog Rowing Club from America, Smark from Finland, Lee from Ireland, Strathclyde Park from from Britain, Delphish Sport from Netherlands. I ara repetiré els resultats de la segona mànega del 8 femení, una apassionant regata amb un públic molt animat. En primera posició ha tornat a quedar un vot internacional composat per Austràlia, Gran Bretanya, un altre club d'Austràlia i un tercer club d'Austràlia dintre aquest vot internacional en primera posició. Segona posició per la segona mànega, un segon vot internacional també format per diferents clubs d'Alemanya, 5 en concret, i 2 clubs de Dinamarca. La tercera posició ha sigut per Alemanya, la quarta posició se l'ha emportat Irlanda, seguits d'una cinquena posició per Brasil, una setena posició per Gran Bretanya i una vuitena posició... No hi havia vuitena posició.
We head back up to the start. Our third race of women's E8s is underway. Avalon from the United States of America in 1. Alkmaar from Netherlands in 2. We've got an international composite from Great Britain and Hungary in 3. The Irish composite of Tribesmen, Commercial, Old Collegians and St Michael's in 4. Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5. The international composite from Switzerland, the United States of America in lane 6. And rounding this one out is again another international composite crew from Great Britain, Switzerland, Australia and Ireland. So again, we pick up this third final with the return of our wonderful drone pictures. It is the crew out in front from Ireland. It's the Irish composite crew, Tribesmen, Commercial, Old Collegians and St Michael's, who are leading this one. They haven't quite managed to break clear yet. We're about halfway through at this stage, probably about 550 metres left to go. And in that race, again, for second place is incredibly tight. We keep our eyes on the third of the international crews across in lane 7, Star Club. Like some Molesey Boat Club in there, Adelaide University from Australia, Offaly from Ireland, and Ruder Club Tywil from Switzerland. They look to be neck and neck at the moment with our Dutch crew, Alkmaar, the two of them. Just what a race they're in at the moment for that second place position. But out in front, it is still that crew from Ireland. The composite crew, Tribesmen, Commercial, Old Collegians, St Michael's are just continuing to move away in the middle third of this race. We've got about 250 metres left to go. They've hit the red buoys and they are just cruising away from the field with 250 metres left. It's been a really impressive row from them. And at no point in this race does it look like they've been able to give up their lead. Awesome row from the Irish crews, but again, that race for second, for third, still is undecided at the moment. We've got our eyes on the international crew from Upper Thames, from Great Britain, from Hungary as well. And what a contest they are in with the crew in lane 7 from Switzerland, United States of America as well. But out in front, up to the line, it is the Irish crew. It is Tribesmen, Commercial, Old Collegians, St Michael's across the line in first place. But what a finish from lane 7. One of our international crews through in second place. It will be Star Club from Great Britain, Tywil from Switzerland, Molesey Boat Club, Adelaide University, Offaly through in second place. Just pipping one of the other composites from Upper Thames and Ferencváros from Hungary. There's your top three crews at the moment. Quite a kaleidoscope of colour in terms of all the kit and national flags on display here. Then up to the line, just our final two crews will be from the United States of America. That's Avalon in lane 1, just a canvas or so ahead of the British crew Marlow Rowing Club in lane 5.
Mare meva, quins regatons que ens estan donant aquestes dones en aquesta regata de màsters. Uns crits apassionants des dels propis bots, entre companyes animant-se entre elles, unes regates espectaculars de veure. I realment hi ha moltes participants aquesta vegada en el 8 femení. Tenim fins a 8 mànegues de 8. And now is receiving the medals, the ladies from Australia, from Great Britain, and also Australia from another club, and Australia also from another club. So congratulations, ladies.
We're back up to the start. We're up to the start for our fourth race in the women's E8s. Loughborough Rowing Club Warwick make up the British composite in lane 1. Next to them, a big composite from the United States of America, Endeavour Racing Alliance, San Diego Rowing Club, Rocky Mountain and Rogue Rowing. Big Australian composite, Storm King, River City Women's, ANA, Commercial, Canning Bridge Rowing Club. Strathclyde Park is in lane 4. Chinook from the United States of America in lane 5. Big international composite from Estonia and from Latvia. And again, a nice big international composite in lane 7 from the likes of Germany, from the United States of America as well, coming together to form that crew in lane 7. What a race this is developing into. 4 out of 5 races we've had in the women's E8s. Still one more to come after this. And in the early stages, probably about 250, 300 metres or so into this race. It's an incredibly tight race out at the front. We're looking at lanes 6 and 7. 2 crews closest to us, and we've just mentioned them most recently, as our 2 international composite crews. Lane 6 from Estonia and from Latvia, and a big German United States composite crew in lane 7. The 2 of them, your current race leaders as well, but keep an eye on Chinook across in lane number 5. They're not too far back, but as they're coming into the middle of the course, it's an opportunity for us to just take a breath and once again congratulate the winners of final 3 of women's E8s. That is, of course, the Irish composite from Tribesmen, Commercial, Old Collegians and St Michael's. Congratulations to all 9 of you for your victory in final 3 of women's E8s. We're back on the course, back with the live racing, and out in front it is still our 2 race leaders that we talked about earlier on. It is Tartu from Estonia, Pärnu from Estonia, Riga from Latvia. And the second of the international crews, though, the Germans, the Americans just dropping back, which means it is Chinook from the United States of America challenging for that second place position. You can't miss our race leaders. That is an outstanding set of kit that they have on display. Bright pink kit. We can't miss them from here in the finish tower. They've led right from the start and they're doing a terrific job pulling away from the rest of the field. Second place, it does look to be tied up by Chinook, although going with them just a few crews over. I think it's over in lane number 2. Our big American composite is still challenging well for that 3rd place against the likes of our international crew from Germany and the United States. But up to the line, what a performance, what a row from our Estonians and from our Latvian friends right there. They've got half a length lead over Chinook from the United States of America, throwing everything at it, but it won't be enough. But again, this race for 3rd place between our crews over in lane 2, our big American composite do look to be rowing through our international composite. Yes, on the line. by about a canvas. It is Endeavour Alliance, San Diego, Rocky Mountain, Rogue Rowing who get that third place position over our German-US composite crew. They beat out Loughborough Boat Club, Warwick Rowing Club, that British composite crew who finish ahead of Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. And then rounding out this fourth final of women's E8s will be our Australian composite from Storm King, River City Women's, ANA Commercial and Canning Bridge Rowing Club.
I tenim aquí que hi han arribat aquestes esportistes de diferents països i és que en primera posició ha arribat un internacional de... En primera posició, un internacional d'Estònia en Latvia. En segona posició, Estats Units. En tercera posició, un segon bot d'Estats Units composat per diferents clubs, com la Storm King, el River City Women's, ANA Commercial, Canning Bridge Rowing Club. En tercera posició, Estats Units amb Elevator Racing Alliance, San Diego Area Sea, Rocky Mountain and Roach Rowing. En quarta posició, un internacional format per diversos clubs d'Alemanya, diversos clubs d'Estats Units. En cinquena posició, dos clubs de Gran Bretanya. En sisena posició, un buit de dones format per un sol club d'Alemanya. I en setena posició, Austràlia.
Well, one race to go then in women's E8s, our fifth and final. Lane 1, we've got an international composite between Australia and the United States of America. Lane 2, it's Star Club from Great Britain, North Suburban crew from the United States in 3. An international composite between the United States of America and New Zealand in 4. Champion of the Thames in Lane 5. International composites from United States, Germany, New Zealand in Lane 6, with Australia's composite crew in Lane 7 rounding out this field. And what about this row from this international composite crew? Mile High, Rhein Club, Alemannia, Germany, Auckland Rowing Club, New Zealand, Cambridge Boat Club from the USA, Martha's Mums from the America, along with Rocky Mountain and Minneapolis Rowing Club. Here they are out in front, leading this race. Going with them though, what about the crew in Lane 5? That's Champion of the Thames from Great Britain. Coming up to the line, our international composite crew doing all they can to hold on, and it will be enough though for this international crew. They've got half a length's lead over the crew from Champion of the Thames. Next to them, though, across, it's another international composite crew. Auckland, Cambridge and Saugatuck from the United States come through to take third place. Next up on the line, it's fast finishing again. It's fast finishing at the World Masters. Ever so close, probably a couple of feet or so separating Star Club from Great Britain and the crew in Lane 5. That's Champion of the Thames. Next up, it will be Avalon from the United States teaming up with North Shore and through in Lane 7. Rounding out this race is our composite crew from Australia, made up of Nagambie and Hawthorn Boat Club. The drone's just flying over our medal pontoon just at the finish area. You can see just pushing off, waving to everyone. It's our winners of Final 4 of women's E8s. What a row, what a performance from our international composite crew of Tartu from Estonia, Parnu from Estonia, and Riga from Latvia. Well, I hope you haven't strayed too far from your seats because next race is on the course. Next race is into the final 250 metres. We're on to men's D Double Sculls, and goodness gracious, you've got to flick through the sheets to find the end. 14 of these races coming up, the first of which has got Rocky Mountain, USA, an Australian composite in 2. Banyoles racing in 3, Lane 4, another Spanish composite. France go in 6 with a composite crew. Brazil, Banderante in 7, and Bristol Ariel from Great Britain in 8. And up to the line then, it's fast finishing. You haven't quite got a moment to catch your breath, but it is the crew in lane 2. That is Glebe and Newcastle from Australia, just ahead of the French crew, Aviron Energy. Next up, about 2 lengths back, will be a crew in lane 7, Banderante from Brazil, who themselves finish ahead of local fan favourites, Banyoles, with Rocky Mountain. Rocky Mountain just coming through ahead of our second of 2 Spanish crews. This one a composite crew, SDR, Astillero and Club Nautico Sevilla. Which means rounding out this race will be our British entry, Bristol Ariel, coming through in lane number 8.
Procedim a repetir els resultats dels dobles masculins en l'idioma local, i és que...
No estic els 3, no estic els 1, 2 i 3. Pensava que us havies apuntat.
I aquí repetim els resultats d'aquesta primera sèrie del doble scull masculí. En primera posició els australians, segona posició pels francesos, tercera posició pels brasilenys i quarta posició pels 2 remers locals del Banyoles, de Xavier Vicenç i Jaume Vicenç.
So our second final of the men's D Double Sculls is on screen at the moment. This final 2 coming into screen. We've got Spain in lane 1, Real Club Regattas, Alicante, a Danish composite in 2, France go in 3 with Region Grand, Kusnacht in 4, the Swiss crew, Putney Town, Tideway Scullers from Great Britain in 5, Club de Remo Brasilia in 6, Banyoles in 7, and Poland represented in lane 8. Up to the line then, just a couple of strokes to go. It is the Scullers in... In quick succession, it was our French crew, Region Grand. We've seen plenty of those crews in action. Then it was our British composite crew, Tideway Scullers and Putney Town Rowing Club, through in second place. The rest of the world just catching up with them. We've just seen Banyoles come through on home water and just ahead of our Polish crew, BTW. Which means we've got one more crew to come across the line in this second final of the men's D Double Sculls, and that is Club de Remo from Brasilia.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Come on, mate. That's pressure. That's a free day, yeah.
So a brilliant race there from our French crew from Region Grand to win that second final of the men's D Double Sculls. The next one is on the course. Final 3, our international composite from Germany and Great Britain in lane 1. Banyoles again in lane 2. Madras go in lane 3, a Polish composite in lane 2. France again represented by San Cassien in 5, River City USA in lane 6, and Cristiana Row Club next to them in 7, with Coimbra from Portugal rounding out this field in lane 8. Great row out in front then from our international crew. Sport Club Magdeburg, Germany, and Ardingly Rowing Club come up to the line. First place in this third final for this international composite crew. Tremendous work, and they just sit back and wait for the rest of the world to catch up with them. Well, catching up with them, it is our crew from Poland in lane 4, quickly followed by River City USA, who come through in 3rd place. Fast finishing though in lane 8 is Coimbra from Portugal, just ahead of the likes of Cristiana Row Club and San Cassien. Rounding out this third final, it will be our local club, our favourite club, Banyoles, through in lane 2. But a great race there from our winners. Sport Club Magdeburg from Germany, Ardingly Rowing Club from Great Britain. Confirmation there, a tremendous win for Brian Humphreys and Sven Schwan.
Repetim els resultats amb l'idioma local, i és que en primera posició ha quedat l'internacional del carrer 1, en segona posició ha quedat el carrer 4 de Polònia, en tercera posició ha quedat el carrer 6 d'Estats Units, en quarta posició el carrer 8 de Portugal, en cinquena posició el carrer 5 de França, en sisena posició el carrer 7 de Noruega i en vuitena posició ha quedat el carrer 2 del Banyoles.
Next up, racing coming thick and fast. Argentina, Parana in lane 1 for the 4th final of the men's D Double Sculls. Bressolos from France, Willem Draai from Netherlands, Lyon in 4 from France, Spanish Composite in 5, Great Britain Composite in 6, Wythus from Korea in 7, and an international composite in lane 8. How about that international composite crew? Milltown Rowing USA, Befford from Canada out in front, and they are in an absolute scuffle at the moment. Going with them, it's the likes of the crew in lane 6. That's the British composite of Nottingham and Peterborough, but it will be this international crew. Milltown Rowing USA out in front. The Brits will be beaten on the line by the crew in lane 4 from Lyon. The French crew coming through. Great row from the French there. And across on the far side, we've got Argentina against France. We've got Parana against Bressols, but it will be the Argentinians of Parana who beat out Bressolos on the line. Next up to cross the line in this 4th final will be our Spanish composite crew from Banyoles and Club Nautique d'Arenys de Mar. Which means rounding out final 4 of the men's D Double Sculls will be with us from Korea, represented by Jongkook Park and Hyung-soo Choi.
Repeat the results, and the winner in the first position, the line 8 with the international from America and Canada. En segona posició, el carrer 4, França. En tercera posició, el carrer 6, amb Gran Bretanya. En quarta posició, el carrer 1, amb Argentina. En cinquena posició, el carrer 2, de França. En sisena posició, el carrer 5, d'Espanya. I en setena posició, el carrer 7, de Corea.
Well, after Final 4, we of course get Final 5. Again, fully loaded racing. Aviron, Biterrois from France in 1. Schweidener, Rudergesellschaft, Germany in 2. Fredericton from Canada in 3. Banyoles again in 4. International Composite from Slovenia and Austria in 5. German Composite in lane 6. International Composite crew from Switzerland and France in 7, with Denmark in lane 8. Well, out in front then, up to the line, it's fast finishing once again from Schweiriner Rudergesellschaft by Erster Kieler Ruder Club as well. Closely followed by the length and a half back will be the crew from Slovenia and Austria. Second place for them. And then it's about a length or so back to our second international composite from Row Club Alton, Switzerland, and Club d'Aviron, Annecy-le-Vieux from France. And then our attention turns to the far side of the course, because it is our crew from Germany, Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft, who will be followed by the home club from Banyoles in lane 4. Which means we've got 2 crews still battling it out on the course. The first of which, coming up to the line, will be our French crew, that is Aviron Biterrois. And then rounding out final 5 will be the men's D Double Sculls from Canada, Fredericton.
I'm going to repeat the results of the last race. So in the first place, the line 6 from Germany. En segona posició, el carrer 5 amb un internacional. En tercera posició, el carrer 7 amb un altre internacional. En quarta posició, el carrer 8 de Dinamarca.
Well, we're on to final 6 then. Germany in lane 1, Ruder Club Am Baldesign. International Composite from the Netherlands and Czechia in 2. Spain go in lane 3. Ireland in 4 with Lag and Scullers. German Composite in 5. We haven't got time to do the rest. Racing's coming so thick and fast. Up to the line, it is lane 7, just ahead of 5. Our Italian Composite of Armida and Lazio, finishing strong ahead of the German Composite of Magdeburg and Berg. Then across the rest of the line, how about that Portuguese crew, that Portuguese composite of Caminhens and Coimbra, ahead of our Spanish crew, Real Club Regattas Alicante.
Repeat the first position in the last race. So the first position is for the line 7 for the Italian people, for Luca De Lelis and Francisco Zucchi.
Okay, up for final 7 then. Tribesmen from Ireland, Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft from Germany, Christiana Row Club from Norway, Banyoles from Spain, from Catalonia. We've got Coimbra from Portugal, an international crew from Rem Barcelona, and from Hanau in Germany. Turkey in lane 7, the Turkish crew, and Poznania from Poland in lane 8. Again, coming right up to the finish line. And it's the crew, it looks like the crew in lane number 4 leading out ahead of this one. And that is the crew, our international crew from Banyoles. It is Banyoles up to the line, but it looks like they will just be edged out by our international crew of Rem Barcelona and Hanau from Germany. Banyoles just pipped on the line there. Finishing though in second place will be our German crew of Schweiriner Rudergesellschaft. They've got a couple of lengths advantage over lane 8. That's Poznia, it's the poor friends from Poland. And then drifting through the line at the moment. They haven't quite finished. They have now. It is Christiana Row Club with the tribesmen from Ireland through, which means we'll have 2 clubs to go in this D final. It will be Coimbra from Portugal and our club from Turkey as well. Moda Kurek Kulubu will be our 8th crew across the line, wrapping up final 7 of the men's D Double Sculls.
Estem esperant els resultats oficials de la pàgina per confirmar la primera i la segona posició entre un mixte del Rem Barcelona i Alemanya. I la primera o segona posició pel Banyoles de Jordi Arteman i Jaime Casellas.
Of course, just as we wait for our next race to come up on the screen, our Italians are just pushing out the winners of final 6, of course, Armida and Lazio, winners of final 6 of the men's D Double Sculls.
Els resultats definitius per a aquesta mànega tan ajustada és una primera posició pel Rem Barcelona, club català, i Alemanya, i una segona posició pel Banyoles de Jordi Arteman i Jaime Casellas.
Well, final 8 follows final 7. Aragon Remo from Spain in 1. Club Nacional de Regatas from Uruguay in 2. Fluvial of Portugal in 3. International Composite from Ireland and the USA in 3. Osnabrücker, Rodeverein, Germany in 5. Galway and Tralee in 6 from Ireland. German Composite in lane 7. And Banyoles once again going in lane 8. It is the Germans, it is Osnabrücker, Rodeverein out in front, lane 5 leading. They've got a length's advantage on the crew from Ireland. That's Galway and Tralee. They've been fast finishing, closing down the Germans, but it won't be enough. They're able to close in the final 50 metres from about a length to probably about a quarter of a length. Great sprint finish from the Irish, but they'll have to settle for second place. They finish ahead of our crew in lane 2, our crew from Uruguay, Club Nacional de Regatas. And again, a blanket finish between lane 3 and lane 8. That's the Portuguese Fluvial and our home crew from Banyoles. Next up, we'll have our German Composite, Leiden and Hammerdeicher. And they'll be followed by our crew in lane 4, Avalon from the United States of America, Athlon from Ireland, with Aragon Remo wrapping up this 8th final of the men's D doubles.
Repeat the results of the last race. So in the first position, Germany with Lungerrange and Michel Hamburg. En segona posició, el carrer 6 d'Irlanda. En tercera posició, el carrer 2 en quarta posició, el carrer 3 de Portugal. En cinquena posició, el carrer 8 de Catalunya, del Banyoles, de Luis Frade i Inaki Frade. Iñaki.
We're ready for final 9 already. Coming up to the halfway point. Lane 1, Hanover from Germany, Calgary Rowing Club from Canada in 2, Palm Beach, USA in 3, the German Composite crew of Wannsee and Ruderig in lane 4, Club de Rem Tortosa from Spain in 5, Polish Composite from Wrocław and Warsaw in lane 6, with Croatia, their Composite in lane 7. So into the red boys, probably about 200 metres left now in final 9. We've got our eyes on the Germans from Wannsee and Rudereich. Currently clear water advantage over the rest of the field as they come into the last 100 metres. But again, fast finishing, close finishing between Palm Beach, USA in lane 3 and Club de Rem Tortosa from Spain. The two of them battling out for second place, but the advantage at the moment is with the Americans. However, we come up to the line. Great performance, great row from the Germans, from Wannsee and Rudereich. They take first place though. Tremendous sprint. What about that sprint though from the Spanish Club de Rome Tortosa, just beating out Palm Beach, USA for second place. They'll be quickly followed by our Croatian composite in lane 7. Hanover from Germany in lane 1. And in this batch in final 9, it will be Calgary Rowing Club through in 6th place. And of course, if you're enjoying the live stream, you'll see at the moment just pushing off from the medal pontoon. It's our winners from final 8 from the previous race. Congratulations to Osnabrücker Rodeverein Germany for their win in final 8 of the men's D Double Sculls. So that was, of course, final 9 of the men's D Double Sculls, won by our composite crew from Germany. And for the first time in quite a number of races, we can head back up to the start for final 10. Just a brief pause as our crews get aligned, get attached. The wind's just been picking up ever so slightly as the afternoon has unfolded here at Banyoles. It's a nice tailwind though. The athletes will be loving this tailwind to help get them from start to finish even quicker than they would have been going already. We can see there some of the crews on screen at the moment. That's our crew from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club from Great Britain. Just on screen at the moment. One of 7 crews racing final 10, much like the other doubles races. Let's take you through some of the others though. Well, final 10 then. Lane 1, it's the Spanish composite crew, Kaiku and Santiago Tarak. Thank you to my Catalan colleagues there. Palm Beach, USA in lane 2. Rem Barcelona from Spain in 3. Regatas Rosario from Argentina. Our crew on screen at the moment, it's our double from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Next to them, it will be Moss Row Club from Norway. And our 7th and final crew in this field, it will be Hanlan from Canada. So a brief lull in racing at the moment up at the start as they get themselves aligned, get attached and get ready to go for final 10 of the men's D Double Sculls. 7 doubles racing this, 14 athletes, and of course just 14 of 3,700, if not more athletes from 747 clubs who are racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta here in Banyoles. Welcome every single one of you. Congratulations to everyone who has raced so far. The racing has been absolutely superb. And we've still got about another hour or so's worth of racing to go here on day 1. Day 1, of course, all 5 have got racing right the way through to our mixed racing on Sunday. As is tradition at the World Rowing Masters Regatta, Sunday, finals day of racing, will be mixed racing between men and women, something we're very much looking forward to covering. But between then and now, hundreds of races are set to unfold, including this next one, which will be final 10 of the men's D Double Sculls. Of course, we're looking at Strathclyde Park at the moment, one of the British crews racing. 670 crews from the United Kingdom have made the trip across. They represent the largest nation here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. But of course, as we mentioned earlier, not necessarily the largest club. That, of course, goes to Sport Club Corinthians, Paulistia from Brazil. Welcome to all of our Brazilian friends who have made the trip across. Corinthians, of course, winners of the overall club trophy last year. Trophies up for grabs across the men's events, across the women's events, and across the overall, looking at all of the racing across the 5 days here in Banyoles. Rem Barcelona on screen at the moment, the crew that we're focusing on. 2 of 400 athletes that we have from Spain. Spain, the second largest country competing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Wonderful to have such large support, such large numbers of clubs from across the host nation coming and competing here at Banyoles. So our crews at the start, still very much relaxed, still taking on a bit of water, still sitting at backstops, which would suggest that we're not quite ready to go in this final 10 of the men's D Double Sculls. We look around from some of the crews. At the moment, we're featuring our friends from Canada. This is Hanlan. And for those of you enjoying the live stream, enjoying our coverage in the big TV screen in the village, you're just seeing some of the spectacular footage of Banyoles, one of the great rowing venues of the world, surrounded by glorious mountains, and with sunshine like this, rowing doesn't get any better.
Aprofitem per recordar que aquest vespre, a les 7 del vespre, al Village hi ha la cerimònia d'inauguració d'aquesta World Master Rowing. Està tothom convidat, serà un espectacle amb música, amb una sèrie d'actes de cultura local que val molt la pena de veure. Just remember that today at 7 p.m. in the village, there's the opening ceremony. It will be very nice with some cultural facts here in Banyoles, and you will enjoy it for sure. At 7 p.m. at the village, the opening ceremony.
Hundreds of boats, thousands of athletes, plenty of them on screen that you can see at the moment. It's a massive athlete village here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And yeah, 25 degrees, sun is out, glorious conditions, and a nice tailwind breeze. We have a bit of a pause in racing at the moment, still waiting for that final 10 of the men's D Double Sculls. Still plenty more of the men's D Double Sculls to go. Of course, we've got 14 finals of men's D Double Sculls before we move on to some Coxless Four racing in the men's G category. 5 finals of those, and then we move back to the women for a couple of races in the women's C Coxed Fours, before we head back to the 8s for the men's B category 8s. 3 of those will round out racing for today. Still waiting for that next final of the men's D Double Sculls, and we will pick that up as and when it is back in the state boats under starters orders and ready to go. So we can head up back to the start. We will bring you final 10 of the men's D Double Sculls as and when they are ready. Bit of a technical issue in one of the boats, so instead we are with final 11 of the men's D Double Sculls. Argentina are in lane 1, Mendoza de Regatas. Germany are in 2, Bad Lobenstein. We've got a composite crew, one of our great international composite crews, Victoria Lake from South Africa and Fairlop from Great Britain. We've got Vega Sacra Rodeverein, Germany in lane 4, Fluvial from Portugal in 5, Undine from the United States of America in lane 6, and Humblebach Row Club from Denmark in lane 7. They are your 7 crews, and of course a reminder, we are with final 11 of the men's D Double Sculls, and we will bring you final 10 as and when it slots back into the racing schedule. So we're halfway through final 11 of the men's D Double Sculls. Back with our drone shot, and it is telling us that it is the club from Germany, Bad Lobenstein, out in front. Christian Spitzer and Stefan Vend. They are your race leaders. They've got a tremendous margin over the rest of the field. Going with them, though, next to them in lanes 3 and lane 4. Great racing from the international composite crew, Victoria Lake and Fairlop, just neck and neck with the second of our German crews, Vega Sacra Rodeverein. The two of those crews occupying second and third place, but we're not counting out the crew from Humblebach Row Club from Denmark, just over on the far side, just out of shot of our drone at the moment, but in eyeline from the finish tower. They're in contention probably for that second, third, fourth place position. And as well, going with them, great racing from the likes of Undine from the United States of America, as well as Fluvial from Portugal. But into the red boys then, 150 metres left to go. It's our crew in lane 2. Some shouts starting to come from the finish area. It's Bad Lobenstein from Germany leading this one. They are race leaders and have been for so much of this race, but what about the race unfolding for second, third and fourth? Plenty of crews still in contention for this. At the moment, it does look to be the racers in lane 3. That is the composite crew, Fairlop, Victoria. They're in second place at the moment, probably a length or so's advantage. Next to them, though, watch out for Vega Sacra Rodeverein, but across the line, it is the first of our German crews, Bad Lobenstein. They'll be across first. They'll be followed just by the international composite, with Undine from the United States of America just pipping Humblebach Row Club into fourth place. Finishing strong, though, Fluvial from Portugal, and on the far side of the course, Mendoza de Regatas, all the way from Argentina. So confirmation there, great racing from Bad Lobenstein from Germany, Stefan Wendt and Christiane Spitzer. But we head back up, final 12 this time, race 1094. Lithuania, RC8 in lane 1, Remo Mexico in 2, Rennes from France in 3, Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain in 5, another German composite crew, this one of Rostocker and Hennigsdorf in lane 5, Arcot from Spain in 6, with Münchener from Germany rounding out this field in lane 7. Well, red boys time, 200 meters left to go, and it is our German composite crew, Heinigsdorf and Rostocker, leading the way. Going with them though, hot on their heels. It's the second of our German crews. This time it's Münchener in lane 7, closing down their fellow countrymen there in the middle of the course. Heinigsdorf and Rostocker have led so well, but we've got fast finishers from Münchener. We've got fast finishers from Warwick Boat Club as well, doing all they can, but we've got our German composite crew have got clear water. They've managed to get about a length and a half on the rest of the field, but it's going to be a photo finish on the line between Münchener and Warwick. It will just be Münchener by about a canvas or so who beat out Warwick, who themselves finish ahead of Rennes from France on the far side of the course. Finishing well, it is our Lithuanian double scull, RC8. Which means we've got 2 crews left across the line, and that will be Arcot from Spain. And the 7th crew across the line, wrapping up this final 12 of the men's D double sculls, will be Remo, Mexico. So just before we go back up to the course for final 13, we can take a moment and congratulate the winners of final 12 of the men's D double sculls. Bad Lobenstein from Germany, Stefan Wendt and Christian Spitzer. Well, we said we were going to go back up the course for final 13. We're doing it just now. Lane 1 is another German composite crew, this time from Ruhr and Duisburger. An international composite from Chile and Paraguay. British composite of Exeter and Putney Town in lane 3. Hennigsdorf and Dresden make up another German composite in 4. RV Rhineland from Netherlands in 5. Another German crew in lane 6. This time Ruder Club, Fürstenwald and Stockholm from Sweden round out this field in lane 7. Well, it's the crew in lane 5. It's the Dutch crew. It's Johan Link and Johan Leif from Rhineland from Netherlands. They've got a length or so on their opponents. The German composite crew from Hennigsdorf and Dresden sitting in 2nd place. But watch out on the far side for the crew finishing well across in lane number 1, I think it is. Again, 2nd of our German composite crews from Ruhr and Duisburger. What a finish from the Germans, but out in front it will be from the Netherlands. It will be RV Rhineland, Johan Link, Johan Leif. And then it will be the first of our German crews, Heinigsdorf and Dresden, just ahead of Ruhr and Duisburger. And then again, blanket finish. In quick succession, we get Ruder Club Fürstenwald, just ahead of our international composite of Chile and Paraguay, neck and neck with Exeter and Putney Town from Great Britain. And then rounding out this field in lane 7 will be Stockholm, Frank Mika and Tord Blomqvist from Sweden. We're not hanging around, straight to final 14. What is scheduled to be our final race of men's D double sculls, but of course final 10 will come at some point. Austria are represented in 1 by Wiener Donau. Norwich represent Great Britain in 2. German composite, another German composite of Meppen and Essen. International composite of Norway and Latvia in 4. Spain, Areluso de Getsko in lane 5. Moss Row Club in 6 from Norway, and Bradford upon Avon, lane 7 from Great Britain. Up to the line then, it is lane 3, it is the German composite. It's been a great couple of minutes for Germany across the Masters Regatta. Essen and Meppen will finish in first place, just ahead of Christiana Row Club from Norway and Germla from Latvia, our composite. They'll be followed by our Spanish crew, and across in lane 1, it'll be Wiener Donau from Austria. Lane 6 is, of course, Moss Row Club, who just finish ahead of the crew next to them, Bradford on Avon from Great Britain, which means coming through, rounding out this field, is Norwich Rowing Club from Great Britain. We're now on the medal pontoon, receiving their gold medals as winners of final 13 of the men's D Double Sculls. Congratulations to Johan Link and Johan Leaf from Greenland from the Netherlands.
But it's very high. Yes. With a little smile. I know
You're tired. You're tired.
Yes, I know. I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we're ready to start the final. The race 10:97. Lane 1, Australia, Glebe North Shore. Lane 2, Great Britain, Newark, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. Lane 3, USA, Catawba. Lane 4, Brazil, Corinthians. Lane 5, Great Britain, Ardingly. Lane 6, France, Aviron, Agatois. Lane 7, Spain, a composite of different clubs, Kaiku from Euskadi, Club Náutico Sevilla and Santiago Tarak. And lane 8, Star from Great Britain. They've just started right now. They're rowing for 1,000 meters. We're waiting here in the final lane. They're crossing the imaginary line of 500 meters. First position is fighted by the lane 2 from Great Britain, that boat of Newark, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. And followed by the 8 at the lane 7, there's a composite from Kaiku, Náutico Sevilla and Santiago Tarak. One, two, 7, 8 seems very close, one to each other. Lane 1 is from Australia, lane 2 from Great Britain. 7 from Spain, 8 from Great Britain as well. We are waiting for them crossing the line in the red buoys, the last 250 150 meters of this kind of race. Now we can see a fight between the lane 1 and 2. The Gleb North Shore Anna from Australia and Newark Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club from Great Britain. They are crossing the line from the red buoys in the first step. In our opinion, it seems that the lane 2, the boat from Newark Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, is defending the first position, but the boat from Australia is trying to reach, but it seems impossible, but I don't know. Just last 50 meters. The distance between buoys is 10 meters, more or less. Take care with the boat in the lane 8, but now it's clear the first will be right now entering lane 2, Newark Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. Second, it's Gleb North Shore Anna from Australia. 8 start from Great Britain. 7 Spanish that composite from Kaiku, Santiago, Tarrac, and Sevilla. 4 Katawa from USA. Then is the French boat Aviron Gatois. And we are waiting for the Corinthians, that Brazilian boat. But anyway, the first position, the medal goes to Newark Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, that boat from Great Britain. Ha estat una regata emocionant, hem vist uns bots molt potents que han estat aquí lluitant en aquesta modalitat, el 4 sense, una modalitat realment molt tècnica, en què cada remer porta un sol rem i el timoner de popa és el que porta el timó al peu i al final l'avantatge, la medalla, se l'endú el bot britànic del Newark, que és una mescla de clubs, el Newark i el Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. Ara mateix ens acaba de tancar aquesta mànega el bot del Corinthians de Brasil. La primera posició que ha estat molt disputada, els primers metres, el bot d'aquest mixte de bascos i andalusos, el Kaiku, concretament el Santiago Tarrac amb el Náutico de Sevilla, han arrencat molt bé, però en els últims metres han anat cedint el pas en els dos bots que anaven per davant, que era el Gran Bretanya del carrer 2 i l'Austràlia del carrer 1, que han estat demostrant una força i una potència que en els últims metres els han permès fer un rush final que ha aconseguit la medalla, en aquest cas pel bot de Gran Bretanya. I ara anirem per la regata número 1098. Sembla que les van llançant ràpid. S'intenta recuperar una miqueta el temps que anem de retras. Aquesta que ara prendrà, que ja ha pres la sortida, estava prevista per les 17:30. Portem uns 10 minuts aproximadament de retard. Esperem que es pugui acabar tal com estava previst al voltant de les 6 de la tarda per poder passar a continuació a la cerimònia d'inauguració que es farà a les 7 a la zona del Village. Veiem en aquest... Just bear in mind that the inauguration ceremony will take place at 7 p.m. in the village. We really recommend to assist. It's very, very nice to go to this opening ceremony. In this race, there are 8 boats, one from Upper Thames and Poole from Great Britain, the Chinook from USA, Vats Masters from Hungary, Bristol Ariel from Great Britain, Urquirolac from Euskadi, Nottingham Quentin from Great Britain, Corinthians from Brazil, and Région Grandes from France. Right now they are already getting the red buoys. Lane 3, in this case, the Hungary boat, but Masters is defending the first position. Yeah, probably it's not that boat. Probably it's more the boat in the lane 8, the French boat, Région Grandes. But, well, the first will be Vats Masters from Hungary, crossing the line in this moment, first position. Second is the French boat from the 8th lane. And the third is the Chinook from USA. So the crew from the Hungarian boat, Vats Masters, should go to the pontoon to collect the medal.
Well, speaking of medal pontoons, on the left of your screen, just pushing off, is our winners from the first of our races in men's G Coxless Fours. If you're tuning in on the live stream, congratulations to Newark Rowing Club, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club from Great Britain. Winners of Final 1 in the men's G Coxless Fours, Thomas Woodman, Keith Lawton, Nigel Price and Graham Price.
Okay. Oh, this is rowing. Okay. Okay. Right, ready. Go.
So confirmation there just on screen for those of you on the live stream. Hello around the world, wherever you are tuning in from and enjoying these pictures. We've got an update though. We can now bring you what looks to be the late running of Final 10 of the men's double sculls. So that was, of course, race 1092. They all came off the start blocks, and then we loaded up the next of the races. So let's take you back through the start list. Kaiku and Santiago Tarak from Spain. Palm Beach, USA are in lane 2. Rem Barcelona in 3, also from Spain. Regattas Rosario from Argentina in 4. Strathclyde Park are in lane 5. Moss Row Club from Norway and Hanlan from Canada are in lane 7. There are your 7 crews contesting this delayed Final 10 of the men's D Double Sculls. Excellent, we can bring them back on course. Delighted to be able to bring you this race. And those 7 crews are hurtling towards the 500-metre mark. A reminder, of course, every single race here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta is over 1,000 metres, and every single race is coming thick and fast every 3 minutes, and every single race is a final as well. So much on the line, so much to look forward to. And at the moment, our eyes at the moment in this final, they're drawn towards the crew in lane 4. Regattas Rosario from Argentina. They're your current race leaders. It looks to be a phenomenal race that they are in, with the likes of Moss Row Club from Norway, Hanlan from Canada, those 2 crews in lane 6 and 7 respectively. And you look at that pan round that we get, that's a glorious shot of Moss Row Club in lane 7, just a length or so ahead of Hanlan from Canada, but out in front. The camera shot is telling us it's not a big margin that our race leaders have got. Regattas Rosario from Argentina, big trip they've made from across the Atlantic Ocean. Delighted to have them here. Here they are leading at the moment this delayed running of Final 10 of the men's D Double Sculls. And what a race they are in if they are going to hold on and win this race. They've got Moss Row Club from Norway right on their stern, just nipping away at them as they have been for the past couple of 100 metres. It's now or never then for Moss Row Club from Norway. The Norwegians have got to sprint, but they've got a lot of work to do because Regattas Rosario, Argentina, what a combination they've brought together in the form of Pablo Glusman and Eric Lingenfelder. The 2 Argentinians, they've had to wait. There's been a delay to their start, but they have absolutely grabbed this race by the scruff of the neck, and what a performance they are putting together. Moss Row Club, Norway, the Norwegians sitting in second place as they have done. We're starting to see our sprint come from Hanlan from Canada, but out in front, 50 metres left to go then from the Argentinians. What a performance. Regattas Rosario from Argentina looks set to take first place and this medal in final 10 of the men's D double sculls up to the line. And it is first place for Pablo Glusman, Erik Langenfelder. And it will be the Norwegians across in second place. Hanlan, the Canadians, through in third. And then we look back and rate for the rest of the world to catch up with them. It does look to be the first of our Spanish crews, Rem Barcelona. They'll be followed by the second of our Spanish crews, the composite crew, Kaiku and Santiago Tarak, coming through in lanes 3 and 1 respectively. Kaiku, Santiago, Tarak, they'll just drift across the line, finishing strong ahead of the likes of Palm Beach from USA, Jack Jones and David Huntington representing Palm Beach. And then rounding out this men's D double scull final 10, our final men's double scull race of the day will be the crew from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club from Scotland, David McCauley and Ulrich Eichs. So confirmation, Regattas Rosario from Argentina. Great performance from them. We're back up the course, as we so often do. This is final 3 of the men's G Coxless Fours. And a reminder, in men's G racing, the average age must be 65 and above. This is, of course, final 3. 7 crews racing this one. Lane 1, it is Chinook from the United States of America. Versailles from Spain. International crew, Bonner Rudergesellschaft, Germany, Viking Berlin, Germany, and Donaubound, Austria in lane 3. Palm Beach, USA in 4. Upper Thames from Great Britain. Then we've got the French composite and the other British composite in lane 7. Well, we're fast finishing. It's a phrase we've said so often here at the finish line, but we've got our eyes on the crew. From lane 3, what a performance from the German-Austrian composite. Lane 3, Bonner Rudergesellschaft, Viking Berlin, and Donaubound from Austria. Great row from them up to the line. And what a race for second place. It will be Chinook, who just edge out Palm Beach, USA. Or should I say Upper Thames, sorry, who just edge out Palm Beach, USA. They themselves will be followed by the British composite. That's Walbrook Rowing Club and Wimbleball. Followed by Versailles from Spain. And then we'll round out this race with the French composite crew, Cayenne Calvados and Rouen. So 2 races to go then in men's G Coxless Fours, final 4 and final 5. Confirmation there though. A win for our international composite, Bonner Rudergesellschaft, Viking Berlin, and Donaubound from Austria. But once again though, we can head back to the start for final 4. Lane 1, we've got our French composite crew, Compenoir and Vichy from France, international composite of Stockholm and Cognac Avignon from Sweden and France, respectively. Lane 3, Worcester Rowing Club. For those of you watching the live stream enjoying our pictures, that is Worcester Rowing Club on screen at the moment. Simon Murch, Alan Nash, Colin Llewellyn and Stephen Pritchard. ARA from Switzerland in lane 4. Then next to them it is Erster Kieler from Germany. More British representation, this time in the form of Derwent, Nottingham and Nottingham Union. And as we set off, a word for Belfast Rowing Club in lane 7. So out the blocks here for final G of the men's final four of the men's G Coxless Fours, I should say. And we can get a bit of an idea of some of the wind, some of the conditions on the start line. It's just blowing up ever so slightly up at the start for these crews, managing these conditions particularly well. Though we've got to watch out for the steering, though, for Worcester Rowing Club in lane 3, just dancing ever so slightly with the buoy lines, drifting over towards the composite crew from Cognac, Aveyron and Stockholm. Just correcting their steering, getting themselves back into contention, but just slipping back ever so slightly on the field. However, our race leaders, it is our crew third from the left of your screen. It is the crew in lane 5, and that is Erster Kieler Ruder Club from Germany. Neck and neck, though, with the likes of Cognac, Aveyron and Stockholm. That looks like it's set to be an incredible race that is unfolding. We're already over a minute into this final four of men's G Coxless Fours here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta, and those two crews just starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. Erster Kieler from Germany, and our international composite, Stockholm from Sweden, Cognac, Aveyron. Perhaps the two of them just with clear water over the rest of the field at the moment. Going with them, though, going well, our crews over in lane 7, Belfast, and our British composite crew next to them in lane 6. As we appreciate that race that is unfolding, almost at the 2-minute marker, almost at the halfway point, we can look back to the medal pontoon on the left of your screen. At this point, we can appreciate the crew, our international composite crew, Bonner Rudergesellschaft from Germany, Viking Berlin from Germany, and Donnerbound from Austria. Congratulations to the 4 of them, winners of Final 3 in men's G Coxless Fours. Out the boat for their medals, out the boat for a picture as well, but certainly locked in their boat at the moment in racing is our next race. It's that Final 4 race, our French composite, our international composite, Worcester ARA from Switzerland, Erster Kieler from Germany, your current race leaders, and our British composite, Nottingham and Union, Nottingham Rowing Club, Derwent Rowing Club, and Belfast just on the far side. Two of those crews getting into a bit of trouble, though. Belfast Rowing Club in lane 7 and that British composite crew just crossing the buoy line and just looks to be getting tangled up in the final 300-400 metres of this race. The two of them just dropping back on our race leaders. And again, we've said it from start to finish. Our two leaders at the moment, Stockholm and Cognac Aveyron, sitting in second place. A bit of a move perhaps coming from them, because at the moment it is still the Germans, it is still Erster Kieler leading, and they are into the red boys. 250 metres left to go. Those two crews in lane 7 and 6, the British composite, Belfast, just trying to correct their steering after coming together. The British crew drifting across into the Irish lane. It's not going to help either of them, but up to the line at the front of the race. What a performance, what a sprint almost that we're starting to see from the Germans as we come up to the finish line. And again, a brilliant sprint finish from Stockholm, from Cognac, that international crew. They've had an incredible surge in the final 200-300 metres coming through and are your race leaders with 50 metres to go. What a surge, what a sprint finish from Stockholm, from Cognac, Aveyron up to the line. A tremendous row from that international composite crew who've rowed down and on the line will beat Erster Kieler from Germany. Finishing well, though, the French composite crew, Compenoir and Vichy, will cross in third place on the far side of the lake, and they'll be followed by ARA from Switzerland. Just ahead of them, it will be the first of our British crews. That's the British composite crew of Derwent Rowing Club, Nottingham Rowing Club, and Nottingham and Union. In sixth place, we will have Worcester Rowing Club, the second of our British crews, and rounding out this final 4 of men's G Coxless Fours will be the Irish. It's Belfast Rowing Club. Final confirmation there, a tremendous last couple of 100 metres from Stockholm and Cognac Aveyron to come through and take first place in final 4 of the men's G Coxless Fours.
I ara anirem a per la mànega 1101, 1101 d'aquesta modalitat del 400 masculí, a la que tindrem 7 bots pel carrer 1 l'Aberdeen de Gran Bretanya, pel carrer 2 el Palm Beach dels Estats Units, pel carrer 3 el Kungälv i Landskrona de Suècia, pel carrer 4 el Penta de Japó, pel 5 el Marlow de Gran Bretanya, pel 6 un mixta internacional de l'Erte Sende d'Alemanya, Linden d'Alemanya i Bristol Ariel de Gran Bretanya. I pel carrer 7, l'Auckland de Nova Zelanda. Han pres ja la sortida. Un moment d'atenció, necessitem assistència mèdica a la zona d'arribades. Hi ha una persona que l'ha picat una abella i és al·lèrgic. Necessitem assistència mèdica immediata. Assistència mèdica immediata a la zona d'arribades. Solucionat, ja està. Gràcies. Veiem com està arribant aquesta mànega 1101 corresponent al 400 masculí. Està avançant en primera posició el carrer 3 de Suècia, aquest bot dels clubs Kungälv Landskrona, una claríssima primera posició, seguit de prop pel bot del carrer 7 d'Auckland, Nova Zelanda. I després ja tot darrere és una lluita entre el bot mixta internacional d'Alemanya i Gran Bretanya i el bot del carrer 1 corresponent a l'Aberdeen de Gran Bretanya. Estem ja a les boies vermelles, els últims 250 metres. Veiem com el bot de Suècia està avançant a tota velocitat. Estan afrontant aquests últims metres el bot de Suècia a 31 pelades per minut, mentre veiem que ara creua la línia de meta en primera posició. Així doncs ha guanyat, com preveiem, aquest bot. Aquí hi ha hagut un creuament de línies, el bot d'Auckland s'ha ficat en el carrer del bot internacional, entrant el bot d'Auckland sense tocar per res el bot internacional en segona posició. En tercera ho fa ara el bot internacional. La quarta posició és pel bot de l'Aberdeen de Gran Bretanya, que estava ja pràcticament frenant sense remar, però han entrat en quarta posició, i el Palm Beach de USA, que ha entrat en cinquena. Ha entrat ara el bot de Marlow de Gran Bretanya i ens tancarà aquesta mànega el Penta de Japó. We repeat that the winner in this race was the boat from Sweden, lane 3, Sweden.
So our final crew then across the line. That is Penta Rowing Club from Japan, rounding out that fifth and final of the men's G Coxless Fours. Confirmation there of Kungälv and Landskrona from Sweden. But we go back up the course. We've got 2 blocks of racing left to bring you here on day 1 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here at the wonderful Lake Banyoles, the first of which will be women's C Coxed Fours. We've got 2 of those races, and then we've got 2 races in men's B8s, but we'll get to the 8s because the Coxed Fours are into the final 300 metres. Upper Thames in lane 1 from Great Britain, Legion Gone from France, Bewdley from Great Britain in 3, Big Spanish Composite in lane 4, Aberdeen Boat Club in lane 5, Corinthians once again in lane 6, the second of the 2 Aberdeen boats in lane 7, and Bristol Ariel from Great Britain in lane 8. Well, an 8-boat field, it's just a sight for sore eyes as we come up to the finish line. And it's the crew in lane 5 who is currently leading the way up to the line. That is Aberdeen Rowing Club all the way from Scotland. But going with them, though, it's the crew across in, I think it's lane number 2. It's either 2 or 3, but up to the line, Aberdeen Rowing Club from Great Britain, from Scotland, right up in the northeast of Scotland. What a row, what a performance from Aberdeen. Come through to take this win in final 1 of women's C Coxed Fours. They were followed by an incredibly quick finishing crew from Legion Gone from France. Bewdley coming through to take second place ahead of Corinthians from Brazil, Bristol Ariel from Great Britain. Aberdeen crossed the line, the second of the Aberdeen crews. Then we've got Upper Thames. And then we've got a big Spanish crew coming through, rounding out this field. Confirmation there, big win for Aberdeen Boat Club ahead of Legion Gone from France in that first final of the women's C Coxed Fours. We've got 3 races to go here at day 1 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta at Banyoles. We've got the second final of the women's C Coxed Fours, and then we can also round out today's racing with the men's B8s. But that second final of the women's C Coxed Fours, lane 1, Irish Composite, Clonmel, Cork, Belfast Rowing Club. Great Britain are made up of a composite crew of the Royal Navy and Poole. Canada have got a big composite, 2 Rivers Rowing Club, Fredericton, Red Sands and PEI. Nottingham Rowing Club go in lane 4 for Great Britain. Glebe, Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt from Australia, a big Australian composite in 5. Marlow Rowing Club in lane 6 from Great Britain. Chinook in lane 7 from the USA, and Marlow Rowing Club, the second of them, in lane 8. 2 Aberdeen crews in the previous race. One of them got a gold medal. 2 Marlow crews in this second race. And they'll be hoping that they're able to replicate the success that Aberdeen have just had. So through halfway, well into the second half of this race, and out in front leading, it is the Americans from Chinook, the High Performance Training Centre out in the United States. They are your race leaders. Going with them, though, it is our Australian crew from Glebe, Lake Macquarie, Leichhardt, and then we've got the likes of Marlow Rowing Club in the mix for third place, as well as the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club and the Canadian Composite crew as well. Well, it's Red Boys time, 250 metres left to go. And if my eyes don't deceive me, it does look like the first of the 2 crews from Marlow Rowing Club is making an absolute surge over the last 200 metres or so. They're bringing themselves back into contention with our current race leaders. That is Chinook. They've led for so much, but with 100 metres left to go, Chinook are in danger of losing this race to Marlow Rowing Club in lane 6. They've just been slowly moving away, easing back at Chinook in the final couple of 100 metres. And what a surge. The rate is going up. The rate's going up, up and up. With 50 metres left to go, this has been an incredibly well-timed race for Marlow Rowing Club as they come up to the finish line. Watch out on the far side of the course, though, from the likes of our crews over there finishing well. But on the line, Marlow Rowing Club, they've overhauled Chinook. Great racing, terrific racing from Marlow, beating Chinook by half a length on the finish line. Big cheers from the banks, big cheers from the boat as well. Next up in quick succession, we will then have our composite crew from Australia, Glebe, Lake Macquarie, Leichhardt. over on the far side of the course. On the far side, fast finishing from Ireland, from Clonmel, Cork and Belfast Rowing Club. Then again in quick succession, second of our crews from Marlow Rowing Club. Lots to cheer about for Marlow. Lane 4 just beating out their fellow country women Nottingham Rowing Club. Which means we've got 2 crews left in this race. We've got the Canadian composite of Two Rivers Rowing Club, Fredericton, Red Sands and PEI. And our final crew, Royal Navy and Poole. So as that British composite crew crosses the line, Royal Navy and Poole, we can turn our attention on the left-hand side of your screen on the live stream to another British crew. And of course, that is Aberdeen Rowing Club, winners of Final 1 of Women's C Coxed Fours. Congratulations to Corrine Meinart, Alison Bain, Pamela Stevenson, Nicola Carr, and their cox, Ian Hawkswell, winners of Final 1 of Women's C Coxed Fours. Speaking of winners, confirmation once again of that race of Final 2. Marlow Rowing Club beating out Chinook on the line to win Final 2. Racing continues to come. 2 races to go. It's the final one of the men's B8 international composite of Germany and Spain in 1, Austria Leichhardt in 2, Aberdeen in 3, Corinthians in 4, Stuttgart Wablingen in lane 5 and lane 6, a big Spanish composite. We're up to the line. It's the crew in lane 1. It's the big international composite, Sport Club Magdeburg, Baden and Rem Barcelona from Spain. They come through in lane 1, in first place. Great performance from our international composite crew as they hold up the boat, but it's a sprint for second place, and it will be the crew in lane 5. Stuttgarter Ruder Club and Wablinger from Germany take second place, just beating out the big Spanish composite crew of Banyoles Maritime, Club de Rem Tortosa and Rem Barcelona. They take third place. Big racing, big finishes from our 8s. We'll bring you final confirmation of those times. But speaking of winners, on the pontoon receiving their medals, it is our crew from Marlow Rowing Club, winners of Final 2 of the Women's C Coxed Fours. Congratulations, Sarah Galloway, Fiona Ralston, Rachel Horner, Naomi Richies and Philomena Burrows, winners of the second final of Women's C Coxed Fours. So as final one of men's B8s just gather themselves at the finish line. Confirmation, a win for the international composite ahead of the Germans, ahead of the Spanish composite as well. We go back up the course for one last time. It is the final race of day 1 here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles. Let's take you through the runners and riders. 5 of them. Dutch composite, Willem Draai, RIC, Het Spaan in lane 1. Big international composite of Germany and Great Britain in lane 2. Banyoles Rowing Club. It's fitting they are in the final race of the day on home water. France, Ruijten Grand in lane 4, and a big international composite of Germany, Denmark, and the Czechia in lane 5. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, we're into the final 250 metres, and it is our crew in lane 4 from France, Ruijten Grand, set to take the final medal of the day. We've got about 100 metres left to go, but this race certainly isn't over yet. Keep your eyes on our Dutch composite crew across the line, across in lane number 1, doing all they can to bring themselves back in contention, but we've got about 60 metres, 50 metres left to go. France doing all they possibly can to hold on. Big performance, grand performance from Ruijten Grand as they come up to the finish line, but it is an incredibly fast finishing crew. Willem Draai, RIC, Het Spaan coming up to the line, but France will hold on. Ruijten Grand will hold on to win this final race of day 1 at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Second place for the Dutch. And third place, a valiant effort from our host club from Banyoles. They finished third, just beating the big international crew of Schreiner Rudergesellschaft Germany, Star Club Great Britain. Bergedorf from Germany, Rodeverein Teichenwein Hamburg from Germany, Rudergesellschaft Hansa Hamburg and Alemannia, Germany. And coming through the line, Wannsee from Germany, Bremer, Germany, Meppen from Germany, Lübecker Rudergesellschaft, Germany, Copenhagen, Denmark, Copenhagen Row Club from Denmark, and Brno from Czechia as well. Confirmation though, big win from Region Grand from France. They hold on and they take the final medal here at day one of the World Rowing Masters Regatta.
En aquesta darrera mànega ens ha guanyat en aquesta ocasió el vot de França, el vot del club Région Grand Est, que en breu doncs, estan ja ara, els veiem per pantalla, van a rebre la medalla, aquesta medalla digna de la World Rowing Masters en aquesta modalitat del 8 amb timoner. I bé, gràcies a tothom per aquesta fantàstica jornada. Ens trobem una altra vegada demà a la primera regata que començarà a les 8 del matí. Ens veiem de totes formes d'aquí una estona a la cerimònia d'obertura en el Village a les 7 de la tarda. Gràcies a tothom, però molt especialment gràcies a tot el voluntariat que fa possible aquest esdeveniment. Moltes gràcies. Thank you all for this wonderful day. We'll meet again tomorrow for the first race starting at 8 p.m. See you later at the opening ceremony in the village at 7 p.m. Thanks to everyone, especially to all the volunteers who make this event possible.
So our final race is done. We can just leave you with the pictures of our winners of men's B8s from final one. That was, of course, Sport Club Magdeburg from Germany, MRG Baden from Germany, and REM Barcelona here in Spain. Congratulations to Manuel Garcia Oliveros, Jose Jove Gordo, Boris Batin, Moritz Schneider, Lars Schulz, Alexander Kornilov, Artem Kosov, Valery Sachev, and their cox, Anna Ovechko. Your winners of final one of the men's B8s, Sport Club Magdeburg, Baden, and REM Barcelona. Crews are heading back to the athlete village, to the boat racks, but there is one crew left out on the course, and that is, of course, our winners of final two of men's B8s. And that, of course, was Region Grand from France, and here they are arriving on the medal pontoon now to collect their medals. Our final medalists then from day one of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here in Banyoles. Winners of the men's B8s final two. Congratulations to Thierry Richard, Fabien Joanneau, Alexandre Mortier, Sébastien Rieth, Stéphanie Dieu, Arnaud Rosé, Alexandre Crépel, Théophile Onfroy, and Jules Aubriet. Region Grand winners of final two of the men's B8s.